Xiang was currently trying to break through a bottleneck. He had not yet become an immortal king, but was only at the peak of the later stages of a mortal monarch. He could only break through when he was cultivating 5 times more than others. So during this period, many geniuses could only break through to the immortal king stage because of the abundant resources provided, and even if he had holy elixir and divine arts, it would still be very difficult for him to break through due to his special cultivation method. Xiang was currently trying to break through a bottleneck. He had not yet become an immortal king, but was only at the peak of the later stages of a mortal monarch. He could only break through when he was cultivating 5 times more than others. So during this period, many geniuses could only break through to the immortal king stage because of the abundant resources provided, and even if he had holy elixir and divine arts, it would still be very difficult for him to break through due to his special cultivation method. However, it was very rare for him to have 5 times the strength of others. His dantian was still the same as it always was, covered in a layer of gray mist, and it was difficult to see through his dantian. And the 5 translucent beast statuettes inside, the originally heavenly pellets, contained sacred energy. His heavenly pellets had already been formed, and they had all transformed into very small and exquisite beast statuettes. As long as you become an immortal king, the innate qi in your body will basically be able to complete its transformation and become sacred energy. However, in the future, you only need to fuse your holy energy with the divine power in the divine sense C, strengthening it into an even more powerful form, and will be able to unceasingly break through. Long Xue said, while Xiang cultivated, he also cultivated his own divine soul. In the area of alchemy, he was already able to refine Tier 1 immortal pills and become a Dan immortal. The sacred animal Dan that Long Xue ate right now were all Tier 1 immortal pills. Although Su Meiyao and Bai Yuyu were heavily injured and didn't have their original strength anymore, with Long Xue's help, they had slowly strengthened their divine soul and also used the Holy Spirit rabbit's blood to strengthen their bodies. If Xiang was able to refine a holy pellet to help her recover in the future, their strength would definitely have a huge breakthrough. Didn't know anything about Lu Menger. Previously, he thought that Lu Menger's parents had very strong powers behind them, so he wouldn't let Lu Menger marry the Heaven Sword City. But now that the divine artisan mountain villa had facilitated the marriage, if he knew about it, he definitely couldn't stay here and cultivate in peace. Right now, it was the key to Xiang's breakthrough, and Long Xue had always been paying attention to him. Suddenly, Long Xue heard a burst of gidge sounds come out of Xiang's body. It was as clear as firecrackers, which continuously sounded out. Is he about to become an immortal king? After becoming an immortal king, I wonder how powerful he'll be. Long Xue smiled slightly and said, "Looks like my bones are starting to change. Signs of me mastering body of heavenly sage. That holy elixir really is a good thing." Originally, she had only predicted that Xiang's body of heavenly sage would reach the middle or high levels, but this had already happened 10 years ago. Large success of his body of heavenly sage. He should be able to transform into a golden bone. I wonder what stage his jade bone is going to reach. Su Meiyao came over to Long Xue's side. Jade bones are just like the Dan Emperor. They will still need a period of time before he can complete the 9th cycle of the sacred transformation. Long Xue said, "It's very easy for you guys to cultivate your bodies. You just need to use the jade, rabbit blood, but you can't use it. If he wants to refine the jade bone, he must torture himself." Xiang's body emitted waves after waves of golden light, and his skin seemed to be covered with a layer of gold foil. At the current stage, there was already no power of giving, and everyone was the same. At this level, it would be even harder to obtain great power, and one would need to rely on large amounts of medicinal pellets. When he becomes an immortal king, everything changes very quickly. He should wake up soon. Su Meiyao said. Sure enough, after she said that, Xiang opened his eyes. He was currently very calm in his heart, and every time he broke through in the past, he would be extremely happy, excited by the immense power he had just obtained. The power he gained from breaking through this time was even stronger. However, he knew that in the 9 heavens there were many people stronger than him. With his current strength, he could not be considered to be much. "I've finally become an immortal king." Chun Xiang only clenched his fists and felt the power of the immortal king. The power of the immortal king gave him a sense of kings. H-I plus P. Look at the bottom of the box. Long Shui said. This was something that Chun Xiang had known about before. And all these years, when he had touched the spirit grain every day, he had already memorized every single one of them. Only the spirit grain, nothing. Chun Xiang said, but he was not disappointed because the holy elixir had brought him great benefits. Hold on. He carefully looked at those spirit grain and suddenly discovered that there were a few very, very small ancient characters inside one of the tiny lines. Right now, his eyesight was extremely terrifying. Even if it was a speck of dust, it could still be enlarged like a pellet in his eyes. What's written on it? Does it have anything to do with these spirit grain? Long Shui asked anxiously. Gate of the Qingyan realm. Chun Xiang muttered. Using the spirit grain S to set up the array, it will form the transmission array to enter the heavenly evil realm. I will be there. What is the realm of flame heaven? Chun Xiang said in shock. Evil Emperor is actually there. After Long Shui heard it, he frowned. It was clear that he knew something. Shui, I've heard about the matters of the heavenly realm before. It said that the various powers required to form the 9 heavens dictum all come from within the endless heaven realm. My little master said so. Sumayao said, I remember my master saying that the endless heaven realm is very scary, but many experts will go. Bai Yu continued. Long Shui nodded. Endless heaven realm. It is indeed very frightening. The powers that make up the 9 heaven world all come from within the various heaven realms. Originally, the 9 heaven world did not exist, but tens of thousands of realms leaked all kinds of energy, and after that, the energy gathered together, continuously merging and compressing themselves. Finally, the point exploded, forming this 9 heaven world. In the end, when these creatures reach a high point, they will be taken over by the heavenly realm. As for why they're going there, I'm not sure either. In short, Endless Heaven Realm had tried to control the entire operation of the 9 heaven world many times, but to no avail. Chun Xiang put away the jade chest and said, Looks like 9 heaven world isn't that simple. The matter regarding 10 heaven's supreme lord back then might have something to do with this endless heaven realm. Leave quickly. I wonder what has happened to those guys who obtained the things here in the past. Long Shui said. Chun Xiang came to the corner, activated the transmission array, and teleported to the outside, which was the evil Dragon Mountain Range. Evil Divine Palace was still here, but he was hiding in ASPAC high above in the sky. If he wanted to come again, he could go through it using the power of the spatial laws. Right now, he was still in Long Tian's presence. As soon as he came out, he immediately rushed to the Golden Dragon Immortal Palace to inquire about what had happened in the past few years, to see if there was anything worth his attention. After Chun Xiang arrived at the Golden Dragon Immortal Palace, he immediately found out about Lu Menger's situation. After knowing that Lu Menger was going to marry Luo Yitao, he did not have any other intentions to ask about anything else. All he wanted to do was to kill his way to the Heaven Sword City and destroy the entire Heaven Sword City. After Chun Xiang arrived at the Golden Dragon Immortal Palace, he immediately found out about Lu Menger's situation. After knowing that Lu Menger was going to marry Luo Yitao, he did not have any other intentions to ask about anything else. All he wanted to do was to kill his way to the Heaven Sword City and destroy the entire Heaven Sword City. That be ASTARD Luo Yitao. Chun Xiang thought back to when he was captured by those strong warriors and how Luo Yitao had dealt with him and made him extremely angry. At that time, he swore that if he had enough power, he would destroy Heaven Sword City first. He didn't know what actions Huang Jintian and the others were taking, nor did he know why the divine artisan mountain villa handed Lu Meng'er over. He also didn't want to know either. As far as he was concerned, the most pressing matter at hand right now was to eliminate the Heaven Sword City. There's still one more day. Fortunately, I came out quickly. Chun Xiang stepped into the transmission array and came to the Human King Immortal Country. As soon as he arrived here, he saw many eye-catching places with messy records. They were all left to him by Huang Jintian, and he had followed those records to find a message jade token, only that he wasn't able to contact Huang Jintian. Why does Divine Artisan Mountain Villa have to be placed under house arrest? Could it be that they have steeled their hearts to marry that Luo Tao? This has nothing to do with them. No matter what, it is her parents' fault. Chun Xiang had heard some information from them. He had contact with Lu Zhongyu and Song Ying and knew that the couple was considered enlightened. Although they had set up a marriage agreement with Lu Meng'er back then, they now knew that Lu Meng'er did not like him at all, and after knowing his character, they would definitely not push him into a pit of fire. But now this matter was under the control of the Divine Artisan Mountain Villa. Divine Artisan Mountain Villa, I'll go and save elder Sister Meng'er now. Chun Xiang immediately stood up and headed towards the Divine Artisan Mountain Villa. This Divine Artisan Mountain Villa was right there, and Chun Xiang had already understood that more than half of the Human King Immortal Country were controlled by the Divine Artisan Mountain Villa. Human King Wu Canghong was just a puppet. If he did not listen, there would be a lot of trouble. Outside Divine Artisan Mountain Villa, Chun Xiang was waiting for some important figures to come out. He was already an immortal king, and although they were only early-stage immortal kings, if an immortal king of the same level were to meet him, it would only take a single look from him to get rid of them. The Divine Artisan Mountain Villa was built in the wilderness. The entire villa was very huge, and there should be a lot of people there. Moreover, their security was very tight right now, and the formation to protect the entire villa was even more powerful. The array spirit grain they used was Pa-S, said down from a divine craftsman in the past. Chun Xiang was extremely tight on time. He had waited for more than an hour, but even then he still did not see an immortal king, so he could only take action against a mortal monarch. He knocked the immortal monarch out, then used the soul-absorbing devil spell to search the immortal monarch's memories. After understanding some things about the Divine Artisan Mountain Villa, he turned into the immortal monarch and swaggered into the Divine Artisan Mountain Villa. The immortal monarch looked to be a middle-aged man called Jiang Tong. From the memories that Chun Xiang had searched, he knew that Jiang Tong was not the core member of the Divine Artisan Mountain Villa, but he knew where Lu Meng'er was being placed under house arrest. Lu Meng'er was placed under house arrest in a mountain in the Divine Artisan Mountain Villa. There was a cave in that mountain, and Jiang Tong was involved in the construction of it. Chun Xiang activated Heaven Tour and floated high up in the sky. He quickly found the mountain, which was located in the east of the center area of the villa. It seems like only the Immortal King can enter that area. Just now, Chun Xiang was outside the Divine Artisan Mountain Villa. He knew that those great formations would be extremely difficult to break through, even if he used the power of the ancient code. Divine Artisan Mountain Villa was like a small city. There were many houses. Although he met many people along the way, they were not very strong. He just wanted to find an immortal king to impersonate them. That way he could enter the... Chun Xiang arrived outside that area and finally met an old immortal king walking out. According to Jiang Tong's memories, this immortal king was called W.A.N. Jirong, and 2 years ago he was still an immortal monarch. Because he had become an immortal king, he was immediately recognized by the Divine Artisan Mountain Villa and was able to enter the core region. Chun Xiang followed behind W.A.N. Jirong, but W.A.N. Jirong only glanced at him once and then walked away. There were so many people in this place, it was normal to have people following him. However, after W.A.N. Jirong walked for a distance, he realized that there was something wrong with the people behind him. However, at this time his sea of consciousness was attacked and he fainted. Chun Xiang had cultivated in seclusion for 100 years, and had put a lot of thought into the heaven-earth killing method, which made his mental attacks even stronger. The moment Wan Jirong fainted, Qin Xiang immediately used his transformation technique to produce Wan Jirong, and he placed the real Wan Jirong into the square cauldron. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, he completed this move. His speed was so fast that in the eyes of the crowd, Wan Jirong almost fell over and did not see what Qin Xiang did. As he grew stronger, Qin Xiang's skill in changing techniques became more profound. After searching Wan Jirong's memories, he walked towards the central region. It was as if he needed to enter a city and enter through a huge gate. After verifying his ident. 1. Tai, Qin Xiang successfully entered the core region and immediately ran towards the cave that was locked down by Lu Ming. There are so few experts in the divine artisan mountain villa. Even Wan Jirong is confused. He doesn't know why there are so many experts missing either. It seems like he still cannot come into contact with the real core of the secret. As Qin Xiang walked along the road in the center of the city, he realized that there were very few immortal kings around. If it was his first time in here, it would have been fine. However, Wan Jirong, who had stayed here for 2 years, also felt that it was strange. Furthermore, this was within a few days' time. Qin Xiang had a bad premonition. He anxiously rushed towards the cave. There was no one guarding the cave, so he easily entered, but there was no one inside, leaving only the faint fragrance on Lu Minger's body. Damn it, they should have left long ago. What is it exactly for divine artisan mountain villa to be so secretive that it is worth it for them to do so? Qin Xiang sat on the bed that Lu Minger had slept on and thought about this problem. Suzaku divine weapon, Suzaku silk. This should be worth it for divine artisan mountain villa to make such sacrifices, right? Lu Minger's Suzaku silk can be used. Her parents definitely know about it, and her parents might have even told the people inside the divine artisan mountain villa about it. Su Mei outside. Bai Yu laughed coldly. They must have thought of ways to take the Suzaku silk from Lu Minger, but they are unable to do so. Then they must have told Heaven Sword City that she has a Suzaku silk on her body, and this way they can use Lu Minger to exchange her for many precious things. It must be known that the Heaven Sword City is extremely rich right now, and also inherited from the evil emperor. There's still time. They definitely won't change the time of their wedding because they have invited many great powers. Right now, they are only secretly heading to Heaven's Sword City. Long Shui said. Qin Xiang laughed sinisterly. Divine Artisan Mountain Villa. Today, I will let you all have a taste of how powerful the legacy of your Divine Artisan Grandmaster is. He took out the hammer of God, as well as the divine cauldron that sealed the profound young fire crow. Qin Xiang quickly walked out of the cave. It was extremely quiet in the Divine Artisan Mountain Villa, especially in the center area. There were very few people here. Qin Xiang quickly walked out of the cave. It was extremely quiet in the Divine Artisan Mountain Villa, especially in the center area. There were very few people here. Although this was the core region of the Divine Artisan Mountain Villa, there were not many people here right now. Qin Xiang suspected that those rankers went to the Heaven Sword City. Although on the surface they looked like they were going to drink wedding wine, they were actually going to make a trade and use Lu Minger to exchange for the valuable items left behind in the evil emperor. The fewer people, the better. Qin Xiang flew into the air, causing the divine hall to become as big as a huge mountain, and fiercely smash into the small mountain that imprisoned Lu Ming. With a thunderous boom, the heavy divine cauldron released a force that pressed down fiercely and crushed the small mountain into pieces. The rocks that flew out were like a raging tide as they completely destroyed some of the houses in the surroundings. Boom! Qin Xiang controlled the divine cauldron, and it once again smashed onto the ground. The ground violently shook and cracked, releasing a violent earthquake, causing the ground to rise and fall, and a large portion of the houses to collapse. Qin Xiang had already heard the angry shouts of many people. The divine artisan mountain villa had an extremely strong defense against the outside world, but if the inside of the body was damaged, he would have no way of resisting it. At this moment, the people outside the divine artisan mountain villa were all able to see a three-legged cauldron that was like a giant mountain floating in the air and then fiercely falling to the ground. There was a profound young fire crow sealed inside the divine furnace, and now Chen Xiang was releasing all of the hot air inside it. The heat wave spread out in all directions and set off bursts of fire. In the blink of an eye, the center area of the divine artisan mountain villa turned into a sea of fire. Before the immortal kings guarding this place could recover, more than half of it was destroyed. Our divine artisan mountain villa has always been at peace with the world. One of the immortal kings roared angrily, flying towards that enormous divine cauldron. The more he looked at the divine cauldron, the more it looked familiar. When he recognized it, his entire body S-H-I plus Vered, and he shouted out in shock. This is the divine cauldron of the divine craftsman ancestor, and it even has a lid. Isn't this divine furnace in Qin Xiang's hands? Scram far away from me, who would believe that you too are not fighting in this world. Chen Xiang bellowed, controlling the gigantic divine cauldron, pressuring the group of experts that was Russ. H-I plussing over. Quick, dodge. Sensing the terrifying heat emitted from the divine cauldron, the immortal kings were all terrified, and they immediately dodged away. The fire raged and surged towards all four directions. The ground was burned into lava. All the houses were burnt down. All the immortal kings were floating in the air, staring angrily at the gigantic divine cauldron that was bombarding the entire central region. Where's Lu Meng'er? Chen Xiang only used a moment to destroy the entire central area, but not a single expert came out to stop him, which made him slightly surprised. He did not believe that the divine artisan mountain villa did not have an expert like Duan Ming, who had not made a move yet, must have gone to the Heaven Sword City. Could it be that the things that the Heaven Sword City had given them were really so important to let those strong warriors go all out? You really are here to save her. She has already gone to the Heaven Sword City. Previously, when Xue Xianxian escaped from this place, they expected that Xue Xianxian would come find them, but now it was as they expected. However, who would have known that Chen Xiang would appear here for no reason? If they relied on those big arrays, even an expert like Duan Ming would find it difficult to break through in a short period of time. Her marriage is not something that your divine artisan mountain villa can meddle in, right? Since all of you are being nosy, then I must intervene for once. Chun Xiang sneered and rushed forward with the divine hammer. He's coming over. Disperse quickly. Don't take him head on. This guy's strength is extremely terrifying. A stronger immortal king shouted. Qin Xiang had the green dragon demon-slain broadsword in his hands, and now that he had the strength of an immortal king, even a late-stage immortal king would not dare to fight him head-on. Everyone only saw Qin Xiang Russ, H-I, plussing over, but in the next moment he appeared beside them. He threw out the small divine cauldron in his hands. The divine cauldron flew out from his hands, and in the blink of an eye, it became like a small mountain as it charged towards the group of immortal kings. In just a split second, the rampaging divine cauldron had already caused the group of immortal kings to cough up blood. Chun Xiang, our divine artisan mountain villa, has always kept to himself. Furthermore, Wu Canghong of the Human King Immortal Country has always wanted to befriend you. If you continue, you will definitely become sworn enemies with us. The old immortal king avoided the impact of the divine furnace, but he was still scalded by the heat exuding from the divine furnace. It looks like you are the ones who forced her to marry to the Heaven Sword City. Don't think that I don't know that you are using Lu Meng'er to exchange for some important things. Lu Meng'er is my wife's master. Chun Xiang's cold voice was filled with killing intent. He appeared in front of one of the immortal kings in a flash, waved the delay hammer in his hand, and smashed it onto the immortal king's head. Seeing how strong Qin Xiang was, the immortal king had already lost his will to retaliate. He raised his sword to block, but who would have known that Qin Xiang's divine hammer was extremely terrifying? When his immortal sword was smashed by the divine hammer, it instantly shattered, and he was even sent flying by the divine hammer's force. Qin Xiang, we escorted Lu Meng'er to the Heaven Sword City in advance. We also sent a group of experts there, causing the defense here to be weak. Do you know the reason? The old immortal king was still relatively calm. He knew that he shouldn't fight with Qin Xiang head-on. Qin Xiang did not question them, but rushed towards the immortal king and mortal monarchess who were fleeing in all directions, raised the divine hammer in his hands, and smashed one by one into the sea of fire on the ground. Because we knew that someone was stopping us on the way to save Lu Meng'er, and in order to catch them all, we sent out many experts. If I am not mistaken, the Long family would definitely go, along with your master and the others. The old immortal king said angrily. Hearing that, Qin Xiang's face changed. The old immortal king saw this and was happy. But when he saw Qin Xiang take out the green dragon demon-slain broadsword, the previously calm him suddenly became anxious. Thanks for the reminder, I'll be right over. After Qin Xiang finished speaking, he threw the green dragon demon-slain broadsword high into the sky. A wave of cyan light, accompanied by the earth-shaking dragon's roar, rumbled through the sky. The green light disappeared, and the green dragon demon-slain broadsword became extremely huge, over 100,000 meters long. The tip of the blade was pointed at the ground and cut straight down. Roar! The divine blade fell to the ground without a blade hilt, revealing a blade hilt that was as tall as a mountain. The entire divine artisan mountain villa was currently shaking violently, and waves of oppressive dragon roars came from deep underground. It was as if the gigantic divine artisan mountain villa of a city had suddenly cracked open amidst the roars of tens of thousands of dragons, forming countless deep, bottomless crevices. Waves of murderous intent rose from the depths of the earth, like a dragon's roar, and soared high into the sky. With just a single slash, the entire divine artisan mountain villa was torn into several pieces. The foundations of many large formations were destroyed, and violent energies continuously surged out from within the cracks. The immortal kings were all shocked. This divine artisan mountain villa had many powerful formations of various sizes, with a history of many years, and they would maintain it meticulously every year. However, it had been destroyed by the green dragon demon-slain broadswordess that Qin Xiang casually threw out. The immortal kings were all shocked. This divine artisan mountain villa had many powerful formations of various sizes, with a history of many years, and they would maintain it meticulously every year. However, it had been destroyed by the green dragon demon-slain broadswordess that Qin Xiang casually threw out. To divine artisan mountain villa, this was a calamity. Qin Xiang had already disappeared. He was Russ. H.I. +ing to the Heaven Sword City, and just now he did not use his true strength. It was only the power of his flesh. If he used his holy energy, the entire divine artisan mountain villa would have turned to dust. The Heaven Sword City was located on top of a mountain. It was huge, almost like a city floating in the sky, filled with dense, immortal qi. Once Qin Xiang arrived, he immediately knew that a huge battle had broken out here, and on top of that it was at the transmitting square S of the city. That was more than 2 hours ago, and now that the transmission array had been repaired, the efficiency of the Heaven Sword City was extremely high. However, when Qin Xiang teleported here, he was still able to see that the entire plaza was in ruins. After asking around, he found out that it was the divine artisan mountain villa that brought Lu Meng'er here, and a large group of experts surrounded them. In order to prevent the battle from spreading to the entire city, the great array formation of the transmitting square was immediately activated. It was obvious that it was already prepared. However, the result made Qin Xiang feel very disappointed, because that group of people still had Ness, and it had Lu Meng'er away, and since the Fire Divine Palace and the others were all here, they fell for it Who would have thought that devil-suppressing Divine Palace and Fire Divine Palace were also involved in this matter? Chun Xiang clenched his fists and asked Long Shui to look for the person who was hiding here. Because the transmission array was destroyed at that time, Long Huishan and the rest must have only escaped. They were still hiding in the city, and now the people from the Heaven Sword City are looking for the whereabouts of those people. Xue Xianxian and Leng Yulan had both appeared because they were Lu Menger's disciples. What made Qin Xiang even more surprised was that Huang Jintian, Gu Dongqin, and Wu Keiming were all present, and even Yin Xiaodao and the other little ghosts were partic. 1. P. Aiding in the battle. Although Lu Menger was not taken away, the Heaven Sword City and Divine Artisan Mountain Villa had suffered heavy losses. This was because Duan Ming had also come. So with Duan Ming here, both Heaven Sword City and Divine Artisan Mountain Villa felt a certain amount of pressure. Found it. They're hiding in the cave at the bottom of the mountain. Long Shui said, Lu Menger's big wedding was tomorrow, so there was still some time left. Right now, Chen Xiang had to go and take a look at Long Huishan and the other's situation. Chen Xiang was very grateful that they were able to come. He had concocted many healing pills in the past few years, so he should be able to help them. Chun Xiang quickly found the cave they were hiding in. They were extremely vigilant, sensing that someone was approaching. Sensing that the auras on their bodies were not weak, Qin Xiang secretly heaved a sigh of relief, which meant that their lives were not in danger. It's me. Qin Xiang used his powerful D power to penetrate their formation, and his voice reached everyone's minds. The concealment of the cave entrance immediately disappeared, and Xue Xianxian, who came out first, became teary the moment they saw that it was really Qin Xiang, because they had already tried their best to save Lu Menger, but they did not succeed. Let's go in first. Chun Xiang rubbed their heads as he watched them walk out. Everyone sat on the ground. There weren't many people inside, other than Chun Xiang's friends. Long Huishan had also brought 10 experts from the Long family, which was considered very large in the 9 heavens. D.A.M. and Brat, we thought you had died. Long Huishan placed his hammer on Chun Xiang's chest, but a smile still appeared on his face, but he helplessly sighed. What's left is up to you. We were almost unable to take Lu Menger away, even after losing our lives. Those fellows had already predicted that we would come, and would join forces to ambush us. If it wasn't for Senior Duan, we might have been captured alive. Xue Xianxian looked at Duan Ming gratefully. Duan Ming was indeed strong, even though he was surrounded by a few experts with strength equivalent to his. He was still able to help them escape. Huang Jintian said, Brat, where have you been in these past 100 years? Could it be that you have been sealed within the evil divine palace by those fellows? In these past 100 years, Qin Xiang had not changed at all. He still looked the same as before, and did not feel that he had become stronger. Only Huang Jintian, Duan Ming, and the old ice dragon could see anything. It's a long story. Chan Xiang heaved a long sigh. He saw that the rest of them had also become very strong, and felt pleased in his heart they were just slightly injured, and the seriously injured ones had all taken immortal pills. Hua, Shang Yue said, Menger is currently in Heaven Sword City. What do you plan to do? It will be difficult to get into that place. Just like the Divine Artisan Mountain Villa, back then it was difficult even for me to enter the outskirts of the Divine Artisan Mountain Villa. Huang Jintian shook his head. I need to hurry up and think of a way. If not, it will be too late, and tomorrow will be my wedding day. Xue Xianxian thought about how Lu Menger was going to marry Luo Yitao tomorrow, and said with some distress, the great formations of the Divine Artisan Mountain Villa are all made up of holy level formations, and there are a total of 79 of them combined, especially in the central region, which is the hardest to enter, and the defenses of the Heaven Sword City seem to have been reinforced by the Divine Artisan Mountain Villa as well. Chun Xiang caressed her face and laughed. Divine Artisan Mountain Villa has already been destroyed by me. After I found out about it, I immediately rushed to Divine Artisan Mountain Villa. I never thought that Menger wasn't in there, and there weren't any other powerful fellows. Elder Brother Shin, are you joking? Senior Duan already said that Divine Artisan Mountain Villa is very aggressive. Yun Xiaodao doubted. Why don't you go take a look now? Chen Xiang laughed, who said that if we want to break through, we just have to sneak in. These arrays are normally just for defense on the outside, but if we're messing around inside, it's impossible to defend against them. Everyone was startled. They wanted to immediately run over to see what Chen Xiang had done to the Divine Artisan Mountain Villa. Although they did not know what happened, after hearing it, everyone was secretly pleased. Then you're planning on going alone. Why don't I go with you? Duan Ming said, It'll be safer this way. Right now, there are a few guys with strength equivalent to mine in Heaven Sword City. If I meet them, I can delay them for a while. Those fellows? It was them who sealed me back then. Fortunately, I broke their seal, otherwise I would have already been killed by them. Chun Xiang clenched his fists and said, Tomorrow is the wedding day. Today we are going to break this mountain, since we have already formed enmity with the Heaven Sword City. There is nothing to be afraid of. This mountain was very big, but breaking it was not difficult, especially for strong people like Qin Xiang. Everyone inhaled a breath of cold air. Originally, they had only planned to cause a ruckus in the Heaven Sword City, but Chen Xiang had actually wanted to destroy the entire Heaven Sword City. Chun Xiang laughed sinisterly. Not only will we destroy this mountain, we will also need to pull out the immortal meridians beneath it. That is the foundation of Heaven Sword City. When Chen Xiang was in the Divine Artisan Mountain Villa, he used the Green Dragon Demon-Slain Broadsword to destroy the immortal meridians in the ground, which was why it caused such a huge amount of damage. When Chen Xiang was in the Divine Artisan Mountain Villa, he used the Green Dragon Demon-Slain Broadsword to destroy the immortal meridians in the ground, which was why it caused such a huge amount of damage. If we destroy this mountain, the Heaven Sword City will not fall down. I have observed that there are still many large formations at the bottom of the Heaven Sword City, and when the time comes, they can be suspended in the air. But if we destroy the immortal meridians, they will definitely cause some of their large formations to die. Xue Xianxian said. Duan Ming said, Then everyone please quickly leave this cave and leave the matter of this mountain to me. Chun Xiang laughed. Let's destroy them first. The rest of you who are injured, leave this place first. Duan Chong nodded his head. I'll take these brats and leave first. Yun Xiaodao and the others were also injured, but their powers were relatively weaker. After Chen Xiang bade them farewell, he quickly brought them and left. In a large hall in Heaven Sword City, Divine Artisan Mountain Villa, Fire Divine Palace, Xia Tian and other important figures of Heaven Sword City were all sitting here. Qin Xiang, this little bee, Astard, has actually destroyed our Divine Artisan Mountain Villa. I will tear him apart alive. An old man said angrily. In his hands the Green Dragon Demon-Slain Broadsword forged by our Divine Craftsman ancestor is an insult to our Divine Craftsman lineage. Chen Xiang, who had disappeared for 100 years, suddenly appeared and even annihilated the Divine Artisan Mountain Villa in a few breaths, causing the several forces present to be secretly shocked. What's going on with Qin Xiang? Didn't you guys say that he was sealed by you? He can't be unsealed without 10,000 years. And now that he has appeared, and he's so strong too, if not we wouldn't be careless. An old man from the Divine Artisan Mountain Villa looked at the higher-ups angrily. The Fire Divine Palace Lord said coldly. If I'm not mistaken, he was still inside the evil Divine Palace. After we all came out, he opened the black coffin. When the immortal becoming realm rankers from the Heaven Sword City, Devil-suppressing Divine Palace, and the Xia family heard that their bodies H.I. plus Vered, and their hearts immediately became envious and resentful. The thing inside the black coffin was extremely important to them. The Green Dragon Demon-Slain Broadsword and the Heavenly Evil Sword are both in his hands. Only he can open the black coffin. We don't know what's inside, but it's very important. Fire, divine palace, Lord let out a long sigh. At that time, my master personally made a trip to the evil Dragon Mountain Range, but he was unable to find evil divine palace. Then what do we do now? The reason why Qin Xiang is here is definitely because of Xue Xianxian. The old man from the Heaven Sword City said, "We had previously agreed that this marriage would definitely be successful. Otherwise, our divine artisan mountain villa will have lost them all for nothing. At that time, we must capture Xue Xianxian and force him to surrender." The old man from divine artisan mountain villa said fiercely. Everyone had always wanted to do this, but previously, because of the protection from the divine artisan mountain villa they did not take action. Now, the only one protecting Xue Xianxian was the Long family. But if these big powers joined hands, they had the confidence to exterminate the Long family. There are already quite a few people who came to attend the wedding. Let's start today, so as to not create unnecessary trouble. Just as he finished speaking, the entire hall suddenly shook. Following that, a deafening sound rang out, shattering many things. The entire Heaven Sword City was shaking violently, and the houses were collapsing crazily. "The mountain is broken." A immortal monarch ran over while shouting in shock. "Someone broke the mountain!" The experts were startled, then immediately understood that this must be a good thing for Qin Xiang and the others. They did not expect them to actually plan to destroy Heaven Sword City. The floating array has been activated, and it is now slowly descending to the ground. The immortal monarch said again. The Heavenly Sword Peak was destroyed just like that, but Heaven Sword City was worried about not that. Rather, it was the immortal meridian underneath Heavenly Sword Peak. Now that the energy was being transferred to that point, the great array of the Heaven Sword City was being maintained using spiritual crystal as backup. But it would not last long, as there were so many great holy level arrays, and countless spiritual crystal would be consumed in an instant. The few elders from the divine artisan mountain villa felt a little better, because the Heaven Sword City wouldn't have any good days ahead of them. This caused them to feel much better in their hearts. Just as the experts left the hall, they saw a flash of green light, followed by a huge green sword as big as the Heavenly Sword Peak falling down, as if coming from a star domain far away from the ancient times. Hearing the waves of stunning dragon roars, the experts immediately understood that this was the green dragon demon-slain broadsword in front of them, and it had even been made extremely huge by Qin Xiang. Immortal meridians. The old man from the Heaven Sword City roared. However, the green dragon demon-slain broadsword had already inserted itself into the broken peak. At the same time that it cut the immortal meridian, it also released a strong force that broke all the immortal meridians. Just as the experts were about to fly over, Duanming suddenly appeared in front of them, holding onto a divine sword. "It's you again." The Fire Divine Palace Lord's face sank, because Duanming was very hard to deal with. Not only was his cultivation technique powerful, he even had a divine sword in his hands. "I advise all of you to attack together. If you're missing one, it's possible that all of you will die here." Duanming sneered. He had already slashed out his sword, a light sword strike, yet it caused a large SPAC to tremble. The spatial shockwave caused the hull below to instantly crack and be neatly sliced apart. With the divine sword and the fact that he was a scattered immortal, Duanming had been tempered by the through tribulations many times, and the innate qi and body within his body were both exceptionally terrifying. The Qin Xiang, who had disappeared for 100 years, had suddenly appeared and exterminated the divine artisan mountain villa. Now, with such a huge commotion happening in the Heaven Sword City, using his knees to think about it, he knew that Qin Xiang had already arrived here. Right now, many of the people in the Heaven Sword City had already fled, not wanting to be affected. "Qin Xiang is over there. Quick, stop him." The old man from the Xie clan roared, but he could not escape. If he did not care about everything and went to intercept Qin Xiang, he would only be attacked by him. "Leave it to me." The Fire Divine Palace Lord frowned. He immediately rushed forward, but an ice mountain suddenly smashed down, causing him to fall to the ground. "Hurry, we have to stop him!" A middle-aged man from Heaven's Sword City shouted. The expert of Divine Artisan Mountain Villa roared. He rushed towards Qin Xiang, who saw it and wanted to stop him, but was stopped by the other experts. "Qin Xiang, I will skin you alive. How dare you destroy my Divine Artisan Mountain Villa?" The old man roared. "I'll wait for you here." Qin Xiang was not afraid in the slightest as he took out the divine furnace. Ignorant little beast! The Divine Artisan Mountain Villa's elderly person was very strong, and he was also a divine artisan's descendant. He took out a golden sword. With one glance, he could tell that it was the holy sword and slashed at Qin Xiang. Qin Xiang anxiously opened the lid of the divine cauldron, and the profound young fire crow inside rushed out, just in time to be struck by the sword chi of the divine craftsman. The sudden appearance of the profound young fire crow surprised all the strong warriors, but Duanming and the old ice dragon all secretly laughed. They had all experienced the strength of this profound young fire crow before. It was enough for that divine artisan descendant to get humiliated. The sudden appearance of the profound young fire crow surprised all the strong warriors, but Duanming and the old ice dragon all secretly laughed. They had all experienced the strength of this profound young fire crow before. It was enough for that divine artisan descendant to get humiliated. In order to allow Qin Xiang to find Lu Meng'er smoothly, Huang Jintian, Long Huishan, and the others felt that they had joined the battle, fighting against a few powerful immortal kings. In the blink of an eye, many experts started fighting in the sky above the grand palace in the middle of the Heaven's Sword City. "Qin Xiang, I never thought that you would still be alive." Xia Kong suddenly flew over, holding a black large sword in his hand, releasing an evil aura. One look and one could tell that it was related to the evil emperor. Qin Xiang recognized Xia Kong with a glance. Xia Kong had grown very fast by relying on the evil emperor's inheritance, and was already in the middle stage of the immortal king stage. Xia Kong flew over. The pitch-black sword in his hand flew out, transforming into a ray of black light that shot towards Qin Xiang. Is this also a sacred sword? When Qin Xiang felt the powerful evil force from the sword, he could not help but be shocked and took out the divine cauldron. He enlarged the cauldron and aimed the gap towards the incoming black broadsword. The broadsword entered the cauldron, and he immediately closed the lid. Then he kept the cauldron. "You!" Xia Kong was startled. He had initially had confidence in his sword strike. Even if he was unable to attack Qin Xiang, he could still probe Qin Xiang's strength. But who knew that Qin Xiang would actually use the divine furnace to receive his sword? "Thank you once again for sending me the sword." Qin Xiang chuckled and continued to rush towards the palace where Lu Meng'er was now. He had already gifted 3 holy swords to Qin Xiang. Originally, he had planned to find a chance to repay the favor, but now he had even given him a holy sword. "Don't look down on others. I definitely won't let you succeed today." Xia Kong roared. His hair suddenly started dancing wildly, both of his eyes turning red. Both of his fingers suddenly became very long, as though there was a small blood sword growing out. "Evil Ji, oh D palm." Xia Kong growled. The evil chi on his body gushed out. Suddenly a black thick cloud appeared in the sky, transforming into a black gigantic palm that pressed down towards Qin Xiang. Such insignificant skill, break it for me. Qin Xiang made a grasping motion in the air, and all the immortal energy around him surged, condensing into a faint golden energy ball in his palm. When the black evil Ji, oh, D palm pressed down, Qin Xiang threw out the ball of Holy Spirit Qi. The golden ball of energy was only the size of a grain of rice compared to the black evil Ji, oh, D's palm. Upon seeing it, Xia Kong couldn't help but sneer. However, the moment the ball of energy came into contact with the evil Ji, oh, D's palm, it suddenly exploded, flash. pulsing with an extremely intense golden light. It was as glaring as the sun, and the evil D's palm, formed from a large amount of evil qi, was instantly purified. How is that possible? Xie Kong and Luo Yitao had been using it a lot. Every time they used it, it would cause a huge commotion, but it was destroyed by Chen Xiang in an instant. When the other experts saw Xie Kong unleash plusing the evil D's palm, they knew that Chen Xiang was about to be suppressed. Although the power of the evil D's palm was still very strong, even when it was used by a middle-stage immortal king, Chen Xiang was stronger. What Chen Xiang had just used was the true devil-suppressing holy power. Originally, the devil-suppressing holy power only carried the power of a sacred spirit, but now it was the holy power of a genuine expert of the holy level. Although you gave me 3 holy swords, and I am very grateful to you, you can go and die now. Chen Xiang knew that if he did not kill the Xie Kong, he would definitely be pestered. Come on, I want to see how you will kill me. Green dragon, demon-slain broadsword. I'm sorry, I don't have that blade with me. We have already found a way to restrain it. Xie Kong laughed coldly on his blood-red hand. A green light suddenly appeared. The sharp nails on it flickered with a purple light. It looked like it was extremely poisonous. To deal with trash like you, I don't even need a green dragon, demon-slain broadsword. Xie Kong, who was in the distance just a moment ago, suddenly appeared above Xie Kang's head. Xie Kong sensed a pressing power in the sky that caused him to feel fear and trepidation. He wanted to dodge, but the evil energy in his body seemed to have already lost its power, causing him to be unable to move. Chen Xiang appeared above Xie Kong, his palm diving down towards the ground, while his palm had a very small golden word. The holy devil-suppressing seal appeared in his palm and released waves after waves of vigorous, devil-suppressing, holy power, forming a simple yet imposing gigantic word. Die. Chen Xiang shouted, and the gigantic character immediately released a burst of killing intent. At that moment, Xie Kong screamed in despair. It was too late for the Xie family experts in the distance to rush over. Boom! The clear and loud sound shook the entire SPAC, as though it was ripping apart the heaven and earth. And the moment the word suppress came out, the entire world seemed to collapse. Xie Kang's entire body was filled with evil qi, but facing the word suppress, all that was left was ashes and smoke, and his soul scattered all over. An evil being is an evil being. With just that bit of strength, you want me to reveal my green dragon, demon-slain broadsword. Humph. With that palm strike from Chen Xiang just now, a large building in the middle of Heaven Sword City was destroyed, and the ground seemed to have been flipped several times. Konger, the old man from the Xie clan, roared, and started to fight even more crazily with Duan Ming. He had already suffered some injuries on his body, so he could only hope that Chen Xiang would hurry up and rescue Lu Meng'er and let him leave this place as soon as possible. Even after Xie Kong died, he was still killed by Chen Xiang's palm strike. It was as simple as killing a dog. He didn't even use his weapon. Although Luo Yitao had always been addressed as the youngest and strongest immortal king, Xie Kong was also about the same as him. Chen Xiang was not worried about Lu Meng'er, because Lu Meng'er had the Sazaka silk on him. It was a divine weapon that could attack and defend. Along the way, there were a few immortal kings who wanted to stop Chen Xiang, but were all killed by Chen Xiang using the divine cauldrons one by one. When he controlled the divine cauldrons to fly out, the people who were attacked were as if they were facing an incomparably heavy mountain. In the heavenly sword hall, Chen Xiang saw Luo Yitao holding onto a red long sword and wearing a set of clothes that emitted a strange red light. In his hand was a purple ring. One could tell that he had obtained this equipment from the tomb. Luo Yitao was not the least bit nervous as he looked at Chen Xiang with a smile. Xie Kong is dead, this guy really isn't. After obtaining the evil emperor's inheritance, he's still so weak, and was even killed by you with just one palm. To think that the people outside are even comparing him to me. This is simply a kind of humiliation to me. The fight outside was in full swing, but Luo Yitao was extremely calm, as if nothing had happened outside. Xie Kong is dead, this guy really isn't. After obtaining the evil emperor's inheritance, he's still so weak, and was even killed by you with just one palm. To think that the people outside are even comparing him to me. This is simply a kind of humiliation to me. The fight outside was in full swing, but Luo Yitao was extremely calm, as if nothing had happened outside. It seems that if I want to save elder sister Menger, I have to kill you first. He had a connection with Lu Menger's Sazaka silk. As long as they were in the vicinity, he would be able to sense that Lu Menger was currently in the Great Hall. Don't be naive. Even if you could kill me, you wouldn't be able to save Lu Menger. Do you know who is there? Do you really think that the divine artisan mountain villa is making a deal with our Heaven Sword City? Do you really think that we would all go out to fight you, and not leave a single expert behind to keep an eye on the important Lu Menger? Luo Yitao laughed coldly. Although he still had his arrogance from before, he had matured a lot, and was not as impulsive as before. Chun Xiang thought about it, and felt that it made sense. The fact that the Heaven Sword City and the Divine Artisan Mountain Villa were willing to bear such a huge loss to prevent Lu Menger from being saved, and that the Fire Divine Palace, Devil Suppressing Divine Palace, and the Xie clan were all here, made the trade behind the scenes unimaginable. In that case, the Fire Emperor is looking at her. Chun Xiang took a small breath and asked, "You're quite smart. You were able to guess that this lord is here, so you will definitely lose today." Luo Yitao's lips curled into a disdainful smile. "After 100 years, you have become much stronger, but today you will die here." "I'm not dead yet. There is no absolute in this world." Chun Xiang smiled indifferently. "I have indeed killed the Ice Emperor, so even if the Fire Emperor is here, I do not need to be afraid. Also, no matter what, you will definitely die before me, because I will immediately send you on your way." The Fire Emperor was indeed here, but Long Shui had already sensed it. Chun Xiang could only take one step at a time and get rid of the ones who were blocking the road first. The one who will die will be you. In the end, I will marry Lu Menger over, haha. Luo Yitao laughed out loud, transforming into a red shadow flash. Plussing towards Chun Xiang. This Luo Yitao was much more powerful than Xie Kong, who knew how he managed to cultivate such a terrifying evil force. Originally, Chun Xiang thought that Luo Yitao would appear to his left, so he immediately dodged to the side. But that Luo Yitao also had extremely fast movement speed. He actually appeared on his right side right away, unexpectedly SLAs. Plussing towards Chun Xiang's neck. If he did not dodge quickly, his head would have been cut off already. "Are you still not taking out the green dragon, demon-slain broadsword S? Otherwise, you will have no chance of survival at all." Seeing Chun Xiang being frightened by his own sword, Luo Yitao was a little pleased with himself and rushed forward again. This time his sword attack was much stronger than last time. The moment the sword was unleashed, the surrounding SPAC was immediately shaken by the powerful evil power that suddenly surged out from his body. Black cracks appeared in the SPAC and tyrannical SPAC power gushed out from the inside. "I don't need a green dragon, demon-slain broadsword to kill you." Both of Chun Xiang's hands flashed with a white light, and a pair of white gloves appeared. The killing intent in the hall suddenly became stronger, and completely suppressed Luo Yitao's evil qi. The blood-red sword hacked over. He reached out to grab it, wanting to grab it. Unfortunately, the sword's body was extremely STURDY, but he still held onto it tightly, kicking out at the same time. Luo Yitao wanted to pull the sword out, but he used a lot of strength, but he was unable to do so. It was as if he was connected to Chun Xiang's palm. He predicted that Chun Xiang would kick him, so he also kicked Chun Xiang. Humph! Chun Xiang circulated most of the Holy Spirit force in his body and poured it into his thigh. Immediately, golden light overflowed from all directions and fiercely kicked at Luo Yitao's leg, stepping on it. the strong Holy Spirit force and the strength of his body of heavenly sage combined, causing his kick to be extremely overbearing and violent, forcefully ripping Luo Yitao's leg apart. Ah! Luo Yitao screamed out, and the moment he released his hand, the blood-red sword was immediately pulled away by Qin Xiang. The strength on Qin Xiang's thigh had yet to dissipate. He raised his leg and swept past Luo Yitao's chest, forming a large chunk of flesh. Luo Yitao retreated a few steps, his entire body plus Vered. He could not believe that Qin Xiang's strength was actually this terrifying. His entire body was like a divine weapon. A large chunk of flesh and blood on his chest seemed to have been scooped out. Even the armor on his body had difficulty defending. This was the terror of holy power. Adding to the body of heavenly sage, Qin Xiang could use this kind of terrifying power without restraint, making his entire body as strong as a holy weapon. Qin Xiang put away the holy weapon that he had just head away and rushed over to the side of the shocked Luo Yitao. His fist was Br. 1 M-M-I-N-G with holy energy as he fiercely smashed it onto Luo Yitao's face. A pung sound was heard. A chunk of flesh, along with a piece of bone, was thrown out from Luo Yitao's face. Bang, bang, bang. Qin Xiang's fists were like rain, fiercely SMAs. Plussing Luo Yitao's body. You can't die that easily. Qin Xiang laughed coldly. His fists and legs were so ferocious that they wreaked havoc on Luo Yitao. At this moment, a few immortal kings had already rushed in, and seeing that Qin Xiang could strike out with his flesh and blood, they could not help but plus ver. Qin Xiang. Ah! Luo Yitao screamed out. That scream was filled with endless hatred and fear, and it resonated throughout the hall. That despair made everyone who heard it tremble. I've said it before. You will definitely die before me. Evil demon, go to H-E-L-L. Qin Xiang's palm burned with fire. With a flash of rainbow-colored light, it flew towards Luo Yitao. The fire was no longer a heavenly fire, but a holy fire. The rainbow's sacred flame was extremely terrifying. Even before the flames even touched Luo Yitao's body, just that aura was already enough to burn Luo Yitao's B-L-O-D-Y body into ashes. After Qin Xiang killed Luo Yitao, he took a deep breath, because the enemy he would be facing next was possibly the strongest enemy he had ever encountered, the Fire Emperor, one of the 9 emperors. Outside the Great Hall, the fighting was still in full swing, but inside the Great Hall where Qin Xiang was, there was a kind of suffocating silence. Those immortal kings who had just recently entered the hall had now retreated. Qin Xiang followed the reaction between him and the Sazaka silk and took a heavy step forward. He didn't know what would happen next, but he had to go. Maybe we can talk about this guy. You have more precious things than Sazaka silk. Long Shui said. Qin Xiang shook his head. There's nothing to talk about with this person. I have already prepared for the worst. C. 1448. C. 1448. The stone room was very bright, and on top of the room hung a few large white pearls. When he came in, the door was opened, and in the middle of the stone room sat a middle-aged man wearing a fire-red robe. Lu Meng'er, who was trapped in a forbidden area in the corner. Are you all right? Qin Xiang looked at Lu Meng'er and smiled. Not bad. Lu Meng'er said softly. Qin Xiang walked towards her as if he did not see the middle-aged man who sat on the stone chair in the middle. The middle-aged man was tall and dy, although the stone chair was very big, he looked crowded sitting there. His face was covered with a black beard, and his eyes stared blankly at the ground, as though Qin Xiang had never come in, and stared blankly at the floor. The formation that trapped Lu Meng'er was not that complicated. He broke it open in a few steps and released Lu Meng'er out. Lu Meng'er could not believe it, because the person sitting there did not stop Qin Xiang. Although Qin Xiang looked very calm, his heart was thumping hard. He did not dare believe that the Fire Emperor would let him save Lu Meng'er just like that. Let's go. Qin Xiang pulled Lu Meng'er and walked towards the door. He did not look at the Fire Emperor, but he felt that it would not be that easy. As expected, just as he was about to bring Lu Meng'er out of the stone room, the Fire Emperor spoke. You have the White Tiger divine weapon in your hands, right? The green dragon demon-slain broadsword, the killer's hand, the Sazaka silk is right here. I didn't expect to encounter 3 of them at the same time. Fire Emperor's voice was calm as he raised his head and looked at Qin Xiang. When Qin Xiang was fighting with Luo Yitao outside earlier, although Fire Emperor was not outside, he could see everything clearly. Qin Xiang said, That's right, even though you encountered it, you were unable to. You should have seen the Sazaka silk, the moment 4 symbols divine weapons identifies the person. You would not be able to shake him off even if you wanted to. And even if you die, you would not be able to shake him off. I've heard of this before. Back then, Chies, H.I. Plus used half his life to cut off the connection between him and the green dragon demon-slain broadsword. I'm afraid you guys can't do it now, but I never thought that over the years so many people would come to find trouble with you in order to S. And A to C, H your divine weapon. But they didn't know that these weapons were not theirs and would never be theirs to own. Fire Emperor's face revealed a ridiculing smile. He was ridiculing those people who tried to steal the divine weapons. But in the end, most of them had died in Qin Xiang's hands. You seem very naive. Fire Emperor laughed. You think you can bring him away just like this? You should know who I am. Qin Xiang laughed. Of course I know. You must be the famous Fire Emperor. I have heard about your matters a long time ago. Back then, you and Ice Emperor were beaten so badly by 10 Heaven's Supreme Lord that you ran away clutching your head like a rat, half dead, and your partner Ice Emperor was even killed by me without leaving anything behind. Lu Meng'er was stunned for a moment, and then he forcefully squeezed Qin Xiang's hand. He clearly knew that it was Fire Emperor, yet he deliberately said such words to enrage everyone. Fire Emperor was startled and then laughed out loud. Since you know, why are you so naive? Do you really believe that you can run away and bring a person along? Don't you think you're also very naive? You really think you're powerful, although you're relatively stronger in the 9 heavens. That doesn't mean you can control everything in the 9 heavens. You're not a 10 heavens Supreme Lord yet, and you don't have the strength you once had. Qin Xiang also laughed out loud. Lu Meng'er pinched his nails together with Qin Xiang. She was very worried that Qin Xiang would be smashed into pieces by the Fire Emperor's palm. I really admire you. You can kill the Ice Emperor and destroy his corpse and soul. I don't know how you did it, but you can also obtain the green dragon, demon-slain broadsword, and slaughter G, D's hand, and you can also obtain the ground killing. And you can also master the divine cauldron left behind by a divine craftsman. However, you must understand now, although I do not have the strength I had back then, I am still alive. I am not half dead like the Ice Emperor, and my strength is much stronger than those fellows outside. Fire Emperor paused for a moment before continuing. On what basis do you think you can escape in front of me? Qin Xiang said, That's right, you were once one of the 9 emperors. Although you did not have the strength you had before, a skinny camel is still bigger than a horse. There is indeed no possibility for me to escape with a person in front of you. Since that's the case, why did you still anger me? Could it be your last moments of struggle? However, you should know that I will not kill you. You have what I want on you, especially you. The Fire Emperor said. Qin Xiang was an ancient treasury, and the things he had, even the experts of the primordial era would risk everything to S. And I hate it. Just based on this, a Chaos Fire token appeared in Qin Xiang's hands. Seeing the Chaos Fire token, Fire Emperor's face changed, and at that moment the Chaos Fire token released a protective divine light that stopped Fire Emperor from moving. Qin Xiang stored Lu Meng'er into the ring, and Long Xue's power suddenly surged into his body, allowing him to unleash the most powerful of the laws of S, P, A, C, and travel a greater distance. Qin Xiang disappeared from the stone room, while Duan Ming and the rest who were fighting outside also received the notice and went to his side. In a short period of time, they had all retreated to Huang Jintian's side, blocking the incoming attacks. "Let's go." Huang Jintian immediately activated his technique and brought everyone to disappear from the Heaven Sword City. Just as Huang Jintian and the rest were about to leave, a huge pillar of fire suddenly spewed out of the huge palace in the middle of the Heaven Sword City, causing the entire hall to be destroyed by the Fire Emperor, Qin Xiang. The furious roars of the Fire Emperor could be heard for thousands of miles around. When the experts heard it, they knew that Qin Xiang had successfully saved Lu Meng'er. To actually be able to bring her away in front of Fire Emperor, the many experts could not imagine how Qin Xiang did it. After that furious roar, Fire Emperor also quickly left the messy Heaven Sword City. Qin Xiang and Lu Meng'er were walking hand in hand in the middle of a beautiful forest. It was very warm and cozy. "Little scoundrel, you scared me to death. I didn't expect you to really be able to escape." Lu Meng'er pinched Qin Xiang's cheek and laughed. Someone like the Fire Emperor would inevitably act so arrogantly. If he had taken me down as soon as I entered, there wouldn't have been so many problems. After all, he didn't want to show off, and he didn't have absolute strength. Qin Xiang grabbed onto Lu Meng'er's jade hands, then wrapped his arms around her slender waist and hugged her fragrant lips. Just as the two were kissing pa's, silently Long Shui shouted, "They're here!" Qin Xiang was unwilling to part with Lu Meng'er, and there were also many people in front. Even though they looked exhausted, they were not severely injured, and every one of them had smiles plastered all over their faces. To be able to successfully save Lu Meng'er from the Heaven Sword City made everyone feel a great sense of accomplishment. They had successfully saved Lu Meng'er, but everyone was in a bad situation. They had offended several strong powers, and Qin Xiang had angered the Fire Emperor. They had successfully saved Lu Meng'er, but everyone was in a bad situation. They had offended several strong powers, and Qin Xiang had angered the Fire Emperor. Don't worry about Fire Emperor. Ice Dragon race isn't someone to be trifled with. Long Huishan smiled and patted Qin Xiang's shoulder. She was very proud that her brother was able to save her from Fire Emperor. Everyone had already left the Heaven Sword City and returned to the frozen dragon Asgard. At this moment, they were celebrating in the great hall of the Long family. As they ate and chatted merrily, a few hours passed. At daybreak, everyone left one after another. Huang Jintian brought Gu Dongqin and Wu Caming along, and did not say where he was going. He only said that he was going to bring them to wander the Heaven Realm, and Duanming and the others continued to bring the young people around Yin Xiaodao to train them, because during this mission Yin Xiaodao and the others were all injured and did not have enough strength. Qin Xiang bade farewell to everyone, sending them off while he stayed behind in the Long family's residence. In a small courtyard in the Long family's residence, Qin Xiang, Lu Meng'er, and the other girls were present. "Elder Sister Meng'er, where are your parents? Will they be all right?" Seeing Lu Meng'er's worry, Qin Xiang asked softly, "They will be fine. They should have left the Divine Artisan Mountain Villa." At that time, disagreements appeared within the Divine Artisan Mountain Villa regarding my matter. My parents' master was against exchanging with me, but he was not a match for the SES, so he could only bring my parents away, worried that my parents would do something stupid. Lu Meng'er sighed softly. He said that he would come and save me. Perhaps because he saw you all make a move, he didn't make a move. "Master, are you going to look for them now? You should stop running around and avoid the limelight." Lang Yulan said with a face full of mirth. "I'm already very powerful right now. I might be able to beat Master and Big Sister." Lu Meng'er chuckled as he caressed her silky white hair affectionately and said, "Yulan, thank you for coming to save me. Don't be so polite with me. You can be considered my brother's wife and my master. Of course I want to go." Lan Yulan laughed and even pushed Lu Meng'er over to her, causing her to blush. Seeing that, Hua Xiangyue laughed. "I still have some things to do. I'll go get busy." Long Huishan had also followed Hua Xiangyue and left. She also knew that Hua Xiangyue and Chen Xiang had that kind of relations. I plus P, and it was very deep as well. The last time Hua Xiangyue and Chen Xiang had lived in the Long family for a period of time, they had been sleeping together every night at that time. Seeing Long Huishan and Hua Xiangyue walking out of the small courtyard, she casually found an excuse and followed Hua Xiangyue and the others. Xue Xianxian was also present, and the atmosphere was a little awkward. Just as she wanted to leave, Lu Meng'er pulled her back. Xianxian, don't go, or else this little scoundrel will bully me, Lu Meng'er said with a rosy face. Xue Xianxian laughed. Elder sister Meng'er, then you mean for me to bully this little scoundrel together with you? Chen Xiang took a deep breath. Looking at the situation, he knew that he would have a hard time tonight. How about I call the little girl Xiangyu? She's my slave, so she can serve us. Qin Xiang laughed as he rubbed his hands. Xue Xianxian laughed mischievously. Should we also call you Lan over? This. Of course. Qin Xiang laughed. What are you guys doing? Lu Meng'er asked with furrowed brows. She had a bad premonition. She knew that although Xue Xianxian looked as gentle as water, he would become very mischievous when he was with Lang Yulan all day, not to mention Qin Xiang's wife, this little scoundrel. Haha. Qin Xiang smiled mischievously as he opened his arms and embraced Lu Meng'er and Xue Xianxian, then walked into the house. Inside the bathroom, mist swirled around, and within the bath, a man and a woman could be seen. Qin Xiang and Lu Meng'er were soaking in the bath. Xue Xianxian wasn't together at all. She was just feeling a little awkward because of the atmosphere. After all, this was the first time for Lu Meng'er, and she was so shy. Elder sister Meng'er, do you remember the first time we met? Inside the bathing pool, Chen Xiang was in the warm water. Pavilion Master Lu Meng'er's snow-white body felt the lubrication and gentleness of her body and used one of her hands to caress the most impressive and wonderful part of her body. Of course I remember. At that time, you were still a little ghost. You were only that big. At that time, I never would have thought that my man would be such a person. Lu Meng'er kept on shouting as she squeezed Qin Xiang's chest softly. Were you looking down on me back then? Qin Xiang laughed sinisterly and wrapped her arms around Lu Meng'er's waist to let her flawless jade body be completely exposed. At the moment, it was dripping with water, and her moist yet beautiful snow-white body looked even more captivating. Stinky brat, what are you doing? Lu Meng'er screamed as she kicked her slender legs, making it even harder for Qin Xiang to control her. I want to eat you. Qin Xiang laughed sinisterly, his eyes greedily looking at the beauty that was in his embrace, the endless evil flames in his eyes, as though he wanted to melt this beauty and fuse her with him. Lu Meng'er knew that this would happen sooner or later. She felt that this kind of situation was very complicated in her heart, and she felt fear in her heart, but there was also antic. P-ation, and when she felt that Qin Xiang's breathing had become hurried, she could not help but reach out her jade hands and gently stroke Qin Xiang's chest. She wanted to calm his restless heart, but her heart was beating at a pace not slower than Qin Xiang. Qin Xiang placed Lu Meng'er onto the bed, and the two of them looked at each other in deep love, their lips unknowingly moving closer, then touching together. The moment Qin Xiang stuck out her tongue, she felt Lu Meng'er's tongue tremble a little. She was clearly a little excited, and, unlike before, she became very proactive. Her soft and fragrant tongue seemed to want to tightly wrap around Qin Xiang, becoming wild and excited. During the kiss, Chen Xiang was actually suppressed by the other party and was completely in a passive position. However, he also felt extremely satisfied with it, and turning around, he allowed Lu Meng'er to lie on his body. A big hand slowly slid down from his back to his waist and placed on that abundant ****, pinching gently. Following the continuous teasing of Chen Xiang's hands, Lu Meng'er's B.R.E.A.S.T.S. were completely hooked, and her breathing became hurried. Just when she felt that her body was burning from emotions, a tearing pain suddenly came, causing her to scream out in pain. "Elder Sister Menger, leave it to me." Chun Xiang whispered into her ear. "An, be more gentle. I'm afraid of pain." Lu Menger was a little afraid of the pain she felt just now, but she knew that in that moment she had become Chun Xiang's woman. After that, the room was filled with one charming spring scene after another, accompanied by beautiful, soft moans. Before the sky brightened, Lu Menger had already woken up. She went to the bathroom and washed the traces of happiness on her face. Before the sky brightened, Lu Menger had already woken up. She went to the bathroom and washed the traces of happiness on her face. So that's what Xiang Yue meant when she said dual cultivation. There really are many benefits. No wonder this little demon is so concerned. Lu Menger, who had just tasted it, was completely immersed in its indescribable beauty. She was wearing a simple and plain white dress, but she looked refined and refined. With every movement she made, she revealed her charm. Seeing the sweet and elegant smile on her face, Hua Shangyue laughed. "That kid still hasn't come out, as expected. Menger is really strong, making him unable to get out of bed." Lu Menger pouted coquettishly, her face immediately flushed red. "Little demoness, you know that Brat's abilities much better than me." Long Huishan coughed dryly. "I didn't expect this little brother of mine to be so bad. In the future, I must make the girl from the Long family stay away from him. Big Sis Huishan, I think you'd better keep your distance from this little scoundrel. He has a long hand." Hua Xiangyue intentionally or unintentionally glanced at Leng Yulan, who was drinking his fruit wine. "Little demoness." Long Huishan snorted. Of course, she knew what Hua Xiangyue meant. Shui Xianxian chuckled. "Yulan, quickly go call your brother up. We have something important to discuss with him." Leng Yulan finished the fruit wine in the cup in large gulps, then quickly walked towards the small house. When she went in, Qin Xiang had just finished showering and had come out. "Brother, Sister Xianxian told me to come and call for you because she has something important to discuss with you." Leng Yulan said, "Since it's something important, let's go now." Qin Xiang and Leng Yulan immediately entered the hall. At this time, many people were already seated in the hall, especially those old people. They were all very strong old dragons. Qin Xiang had even seen Long Perong, as well as Long Perong's father, the mysterious, very high elder. After Qin Xiang entered, he bowed to each and every one of these seniors. "Is there something important?" Qin Xiang was a little worried that the Long family would not accept Lu Menger and the others, because after the incident with Heaven Sword City, it had a huge impact on them. It was equivalent to slapping the faces of a few major forces, which would definitely not let things go, especially Fire Emperor. Long Huishan took out the Ice Dragon sword and handed it over to Qin Xiang. "I'll return this to you." "Oh, why did you give it back to me? This was originally part of your Ice Dragon bloodline." Qin Xiang was a little confused, so they took it. "You once used this Ice Dragon sword to summon the Ice Dragon Grandmaster, and you and the Ice Dragon Grandmaster have also interacted before. So even if this sword is in your hands, we feel that it's nothing much," the very high elder said. Qin Xiang accepted it, then asked, "Just what is the important matter? Please speak directly." Those old ice dragons looked at Long Huishan. They wanted to make Long Huishan speak. "Little brother, you can't stay in the Long family for too long. Sigh." Long Huishan sighed helplessly. "We have already done our best to communicate with Fire Emperor, but he still wants to make a move against you. If our Ice Dragon lineage wants to receive you, then Fire Emperor will immediately attack." Qin Xiang nodded. He had already expected this would happen. She looked at Shui Xianxian and the others. "What about them?" "Don't worry. They will continue to stay here. Fire Emperor is only targeting you right now." Long Huishan said, "Among the 9 emperors, Only the Fire Emperor has shown himself. With his current strength, he has an extremely strong rallying power. Even if the other powers do not cooperate with the Fire Divine Palace, they would definitely not interact with us. Your Long family has already given me a lot of help. I alone cannot drag down the entire Long family. I understand. Chunxiang sighed. Lang Yulan, Xue Xianxian, and the others had already known about this matter from a long time ago, but they didn't think much of it. This was because they had been used to Qinxiang roaming about outside every day, but they felt that it was a pity that they didn't have enough ability to be together with Qinxiang. Otherwise it would only implicate him. When you get stronger and destroy Fire Emperor, there's nothing to be afraid of. You leave this guy with Menger right now, making him angry and making him use all his power to deal with you. This is a very normal thing. It will be fine after a while. Long Huishan patted Qinxiang's shoulders and smiled at him. Yes, I'll leave tonight, Qinxiang said. Qinxiang, Xue Xianxian, and the others reminisced for quite a while before they quietly left the Long family. Where are you going now? Su Meiyao asked with a voice filled with jealousy, because her little man had fallen in love with another woman. We need to go to a very safe place and kiss Sister Meiyao's lips. Chen Xiang laughed sinisterly. Don't be so talkative, just be serious. Where are you going next? Fire Emperor isn't that easy to deal with. He might be able to find you any time. Su Meiyao said seriously. Chen Xiang thought for a moment, then said, I plan to make a trip to hundreds of Flower's immortal country. Flower Emperor might have a live slain method. If I want to quickly obtain its power, to defeat Fire Emperor, I need to gather all of it. 800 years have passed, said, I wonder how strong Flower Emperor is now. If she really becomes strong, then she might have a live slain method. Su Meiyao said, as for whether or not the Flower Emperor had the alive slain method, Chen Xiang was not completely sure, but it was very possible that he did, so he had to make a trip to the hundreds of Flower's immortal country to have a secret discussion with the Flower Emperor. Chen Xiang had teleported from the Ice Dragon Immortal Palace to the hundreds of Flower's immortal country's main palace. This was also a great immortal palace, because there would often be many precious strange flowers and herbs appearing. So the hundreds of Flower's immortal country was also where many outstanding alchemists gathered. This made Qinxiang even more suspicious of the fact that the Flower Emperor possessed the alive slain method, and had used it to duplicate precious spirit herbs. Although Flower Emperor was already a certain age, according to what Su Meiyao and Bai Yu knew of her, Flower Emperor was merely a little girl compared to the old fellows of the large forces. However, she was called Flower Emperor because of the speed at which she was growing up. Chen Xiang guessed that the Flower Emperor knew a series of precious medicinal ingredients, which was why she was able to use those precious medicinal ingredients to exchange for high-level pellets. Or she could get a few high-level alchemists to help her refine the pellets, which was why she was able to quickly improve. Chen Xiang's youngest recognized sister was precisely the Flower Emperor's disciple, so he felt that it shouldn't be too difficult to meet the Flower Emperor. Little Ling is in closed-door training. I'm sorry I didn't see her. I should have a chance next time. When Chen Xiang was at the Long family, she wanted to see Xinlingling. However, this little girl was very hardworking, spending all her time in seclusion to break through the bottleneck. Because she had some flaws in her body, she worked very hard the day after tomorrow. Within the hundreds of Flower's immortal country's main palace, in a few of the bounty halls, there was already a bounty on Chen Xiang. Moreover, the latest news was that Chen Xiang had already left the Long family. Chen Xiang was forced to leave the Long family because the Fire Divine Palace was already pressuring them. If Chen Xiang continued to stay there, the Fire Emperor would personally go over, and even if he couldn't capture Chen Xiang, he would definitely exterminate the Long family. If Chen Xiang left the Long family, where would he go? Previously, Chen Xiang had gone missing for 100 years, but after appearing, he actually had an extremely strong power, annihilating 2 powerful young immortal kings in succession, and even saved Lu Menger from the Fire Emperor. What was most unbelievable was that Qin Xiang destroyed the divine artisan mountain villa by himself. And at this time, there was a rumor that Chen Xiang had been staying in the devil-killing summit for the past 100 years, so he could be considered to be one of the devil-killing summit's people. If only Di Tian could appear above the 9 heavens, then that would be great. With the white tiger here, there's nothing to be afraid of in the Fire Emperor. Chen Xiang sighed, because many of the major powers were already famous enough to help the Fire Divine Palace catch Qin Xiang. Furthermore, Chen Xiang himself was an enemy of many great powers, plus he had the treasures. He would definitely be able to capture him. Qin Xiang had also asked about the Profound Young Fire Crow. After he let the Profound Young Fire Crow out, the Heaven Sword City caused a huge ruckus, but just as he was about to make a move, he slipped away. He did not know where the Profound Young Fire Crow was now. Heaven Sword City was also placing a bounty on the Profound Young Fire Crow. As long as there were any clues, he would be able to receive the bounty. What a pity! If this Profound Young Fire Crow had been sealed within the divine furnace all this time, perhaps one day I might be able to tame it. Chen Xiang secretly sighed and went to the entrance of the Hundreds of Flowers Palace. There were 2 gigantic red flowers at the entrance of the Hundreds of Flowers Palace, and there were a few big men on top of the petals. They were all at the immortal monarch's level of strength. Furthermore, there was a very powerful barrier around the gate. Only those who had opened it could enter. Otherwise, it would be very difficult for even an immortal king to charge in. You should leave. Last time you were this rude, our palace master will not meet you again. The gatekeeper said to an old man, I know that I was wrong. I beg for your help and help me S down the message to the Flower Emperor. Tell her that I have thought it through. Seeing that he was only a late period of human immortal, the Flower Emperor actually dared to meet him. That large man shook his head. The palace mistress has said that she will not see you again. Please leave. Seeing how determined the big man was, the old man let out a long sigh and left dejectedly. Chen Xiang immediately followed behind him, leaving the entrance of the Hundreds of Flowers Palace far behind before he entered the old man. Old mister, why do you want to see Flower Emperor? Chen Xiang asked directly. The old man trembled. When he saw that the one who had asked the question was a handsome Xiaohua, he was no longer as vigilant. His face darkened as he said, You actually followed me? Chen Xiang immediately smiled apologetically. I'm just curious, there are people in Hundreds of Flowers Palace. Maybe I can help you. Humph. Even if you have people, it's useless. Unless your people are disciples of the Flower Emperor, it's useless, because I angered the Flower Emperor last time. The old man said. Chen Xiang would never tell him that his recognized sister was Flower Emperor's disciple. The old sir is really powerful to be able to meet the Flower Emperor, and furthermore it is fine to anger her. The old sir must be a famous ranker. Chen Xiang said he was truly curious why the old man wanted to see the Flower Emperor, because no matter how he looked at it, the old man did not seem to be a ranker. In the eyes of the old man, Chen Xiang was just a nosy kid. He impatiently said, Brat, you said that you have someone in the Hundreds of Flowers Palace. What kind of person are you? In the eyes of the old man, Chen Xiang was just a nosy kid. He impatiently said, Brat, you said that you have someone in the Hundreds of Flowers Palace. What kind of person are you? I don't know what level she is currently at, but when she first entered Hundreds of Flowers Palace, she was an immortal monarch. It has already been a long time. She should have some status there. Chen Xiang said. When the old man heard this, he felt that there might be hope. He whispered, If you can help me with something, I will give you a lot of money. It's not convenient to talk about this here. Chen Xiang did not expect the old man to change his attitude so quickly. He laughed. I was just about to enter the Hundreds of Flowers Palace. The old man's name was Ji Yuan, and he said that he came from a faraway place. There were some things in his hands that he needed to borrow the power of the Flower Emperor to become treasures. Ji Yuan was very rich. He brought Qin Xiang into a very luxurious restaurant and asked for a private room with all sorts of arrays. When giving spiritual crystal a room, he did not even bat an eye, as if treating them as dirt. Qin Xiang felt that Ji Yuan's strength was not as weak as he appeared on the surface. He must have concealed a very strong power. Ji Yuan took out a very small jade box. After opening it, there were 2 sesame-sized golden granules inside. Qin Xiang did not know what those granules were. "What is this?" Qin Xiang asked. "It's normal that you don't know him. Even Flower Emperor recognized him back then." Ji Yuan's face suddenly filled with arrogance and excitement. "What kind of precious medicinal herb is this?" Qin Xiang guessed he felt that this was very possible, because if it was a seed of a precious medicinal ingredient, only the hundreds of flowers immortal country could make it sprout and grow faster. "No," Ji Yuan replied. "How could it be that kind of thing? If it were precious medicinal ingredients, I wouldn't have come here to request the Flower Emperor's help." Qin Xiang became even more curious. "Then what is this? Is it really not a holy level medicinal ingredient?" Ji Yuan sneered. "So what if I have holy level medicinal herbs? If my 2 seeds can take root, then I can obtain as many holy level medicinal herbs as I want." "Then what exactly is this thing?" Ji Yuan didn't look crazy. He sounded as if he was being serious. "I have given this thing a name called the Tree of Creation. This is because this tree can grow very high and finally connect to a world where there are endless amounts of medicinal herbs. All of the flowers, plants, and trees in these 9 days were born because that world provided energy." Ji Yuan kept the 2 pellets properly, as if he was worried that Qin Xiang would steal them away. If it was in the past, Qin Xiang would definitely not believe such words, but now he believed it deeply because the place Ji Yuan mentioned should be the legendary Endless Heaven Realm. The spirit grain left at the bottom of the jade box that Evil Emperor left behind could open the gate to the Heavenly Evil Realm, and the Heavenly Evil Realm should be a domain that fostered evil powers. Furthermore, the Heaven Realm that Ji Yuan mentioned might be the Heaven Realm where flowers, plants, and trees were created. If one could go to that Heaven Realm, one might be able to find a large amount of valuable medicinal herbs, especially the extremely rare holy level medicinal herbs. There is a very powerful maturing array in hundreds of flowers immortal country. That group of women used it to cultivate medicinal ingredients, and it is much stronger than the large powers. From time to time, hundreds of flowers immortal country would release some precious medicinal ingredients, and those are all inferior products released by the hundreds of Flowers Palace. Ji Yuan sighed. "If I want to take root and sprout like this, I can only rely on the powerful array inside hundreds of Flowers Palace." Qin Xiang was a little agitated in his heart. He asked, "Does Flower Emperor believe what you say?" Ji Yuan nodded. "Of course, she believes that. It's just that the conditions that she offered were too high and they were extremely harsh. And she actually wanted me to give a seed to her, which was why she was willing to help me sprout the seed." Qin Xiang felt that this condition was very normal, and asked again, "Then how do you plan to pay her?" Ji Yuan said, "I plan to give her a set of holy level medicinal herbs, but the condition is that I have to go to that place. Furthermore, she has to protect that tree and not let anyone climb onto it." Hearing this, Qin Xiang really wanted to give Ji Yuan a slap on the face. He now understood why Flower Emperor was so angry. This guy was really too stingy. "Senior, since you have a request from someone, your conditions should be more generous. Flower Emperor is not someone that lacks holy level medicinal herbs. To put it bluntly, giving her a holy level medicinal herb is equivalent to sending out beggars." Qin Xiang said, "Don't tell me we have to give her a seed? Doesn't that mean that she can also enter that place and let the hundreds of flowers immortal country in? Then she will definitely be robbed clean by those Itisihis." Ji Yuan shook his head. "Senior, if that tree really grows out, and if others find out that it can reach that world, do you think you can defend yourself? How much do you think you can obtain in the end. Chun Xiang patted his shoulder. Right now, those few big powers are severely injured. If they knew TSK, they would definitely crawl up like a group of hungry wolves. Even Hua Yanjing wouldn't be able to protect them. At this time, Ji Yuan looked at Qin Xiang vigilantly, because he suddenly felt that Qin Xiang was not simple either. You won't tell, will you? Ji Yuan's expression turned cold as he said coldly, Relax, I definitely won't say anything. How about I enter Hundreds of Flowers Palace right now, and if I can see her, I'll see if I can talk to her. Of course, if you agree to give her a seed, she'll definitely agree to it, so readily. Qin Xiang said. Ji Yuan nodded his head, a strange light flash. Plussing past his eyes. Being caught by Qin Xiang, he felt that Ji Yuan wanted to kill him to keep his mouth shut. Little brother, you seem to believe what I said very much. Do you believe that the seed is real? Ji Yuan smiled at Qin Xiang. His expression had changed so quickly that even Qin Xiang couldn't help but admire him. Of course I believe it. I have heard many stories since I was young, and I feel that it is true. Besides, doesn't Flower Emperor believe it too? Qin Xiang laughed. I also want a seed. I wonder if Senior will be able to cut it? Ji Yuan laughed loudly. If I only had one seed, Flower Emperor would not give such high conditions. How about I give one to you? But you have to give me some things in exchange. I do not want the spiritual crystal. Did not believe that such a good thing would occur because he knew that Ji Yuan must have some plan in mind. He, Qin Xiang, was not someone who was easy to deal with. Something precious from my body may not enter your eyes. Qin Xiang shook his head and sighed. He planned to make the best of it, and at the same time make Long Shui pay attention to one point. Take it out for me to see. If it's something I urgently need, then it's very precious to me. Ji Yuan stretched out his hand and looked at Qin Xiang with a smile. Qin Xiang took out a fiery red bead that looked like a crystal ball emitting red light from within. It was extremely beautiful, and Ji Yuan immediately recognized what it was. Qin Xiang took out a fiery red bead that looked like a crystal ball emitting red light from within. It was extremely beautiful, and Ji Yuan immediately recognized what it was. The seed of the earth tree. Ji Yuan said in shock, Good eye. Qin Xiang was sincerely impressed by Ji Yuan. He never thought that there would actually be someone who could recognize the seed of the earth tree. This seed was left behind by the super old fire beast when she gave to him. If I'm not mistaken, the earth tree planted by this thing might be able to lead to a world full of flames. The flames of our 9-heaven world should all come from that world. Ji Yuan said. Qin Xiang's heart skipped a beat. If Ji Yuan didn't say it, he really wouldn't have thought of it in this way. It would be extremely difficult to go to the heaven realm. There were many different types of heaven realm, which was why it was called Endless Heaven Realm. Even now, it still provided all sorts of energy to maintain the 9-heaven world circulation. In any case, this is something of equal value. Qin Xiang pretended to be excited as he said. Ji Yuan realized that Qin Xiang was not a simple person. He took note of the fact and shook his head. Even if we can go to that world where fire was created, the things that we can obtain from there will at most be of help to the people who cultivate fire. Furthermore, that place will definitely be very hot, and being able to go there is one thing. Qin Xiang put away the earth tree and said dejectedly, So this thing was useless. Ji Yuan laughed. Both of us possess these seeds, and we even met each other. This is fate. Since I have 2, then I will trade them with you. Ji Yuan took out the jade box, took out a small golden seed, and placed it on his palm. Qin Xiang did not dare believe it. Of course, he would be willing to trade the divine tree for it, because he could still use the creation divine liquid S to get them. He still had some of the earthly fruit S flesh, but he needed a lot of them. He took out the tree trunk. Although his face was filled with joy and excitement, he was extremely vigilant. This was because this Ji Yuan gave people a feeling that it was hard to trust. Just as Qin Xiang took out the tree out, he suddenly felt that he couldn't move anymore. Senior, Chun Xiang asked in shock. Ha! Ji Yuan laughed. You know my secret, and have such a good thing too. Do you think I will let you go? If I could kill you and take your thing, why would I use such a precious seed to exchange with you, naive brat? Ha! Chun Xiang also laughed out loud, which Ji Yuan did not understand. What are you laughing for? Ji Yuan frowned and asked, Your death is imminent. Chun Xiang was still laughing loudly. Why don't you see if the seed in your hand is still there or not? The seed that was the size of a grain was in Ji Yuan's palm just now. After sealing Chun Xiang's dantian, he immediately clenched his fist. How did you take it? Ji Yuan's face suddenly changed and became sinister. Chun Xiang could feel that his dantian had been sealed and immediately used the ability spatial extraction. Ji Yuan did not have any defenses in this area, so Chun Xiang could easily get his hands on it without Ji Yuan noticing. As for the seed of the divine tree in Chun Xiang's hand, he had also immediately stored it into the ring. His powerful divine power was not sealed, so he was a bit worried right now. If you want to die quickly, hand it over. Ji Yuan shouted sinisterly. A burst of innate qi burst out from his body. It was actually a mortal king, and a late-stage immortal king. Now, Chun Xiang understood why his opponent would so easily seal his dantian. Ji Yuan was originally a strong ranker with a mysterious origin. He must have mastered many powerful sealing arts. It's better if you leave first. The seal on your body will take some time to unseal. You won't be able to beat him for the time being. Long Shui said as he transferred her power into Chun Xiang's body. Chun Xiang used Long Shui's power, adding his own divine power. He used the power of the spatial laws. Ji Yuan had already pounced over, wanting to grab hold of Chun Xiang, but Chun Xiang teleported through SPAC in that instant and disappeared within the private box. Little B, A, S, T, A, R, D, I will definitely catch you. Usually he was the only one who deceived others, while others were the only ones who suffered losses at his hands. But today he had met a powerful character, and what infuriated him the most was that the other party was still a guy weaker than him, yet he still suffered a huge loss. Chun Xiang came to the outskirts of a field and laughed out loud. This old turtle, you failed to steal a chicken, but ended up giving me rice, allowing me to earn big. Long Shui spent an entire day to unseal the seal for Chun Xiang. That old turtle has some skills. If he had the power of the head disciple of the Fire Emperor, then that seal would be even harder to break. Long Shui said, Back then, when a few immortal becoming realm experts sealed you up, I only used a few days, but this guy spent an entire day. Chun Xiang scratched his chin and said, Where exactly does this old fellow come from? His brain should have a lot of powerful things. I really want to use the soul-absorbing devil spell on him. This old fellow doesn't look like a bad guy. I didn't think he would be so sinister. You don't look like a bad person either. Long Shui chuckled. D-A-M-N. I'm not a bad person. This time, he had to quickly enter the hundreds of Flowers' Palace. Not only would he need to find the Flower Emperor to ask him about the alive slain method, he also had to ask if the seed was real. He changed his appearance and turned into a short, skinny old man who looked like he was about to burp. He slowly walked past the entrance of the hundreds of Flowers' Palace and actually saw Ji Yuan, who was not at the main entrance but was sitting at the side of the street facing the main entrance. He was drinking tea as his hawk-like eyes stared at the people walking past the hundreds of Flowers' Palace. Chun Xiang sighed in his heart. Looks like I can't use a proper way to enter hundreds of Flowers' Palace. I hope that Flower Emperor won't have too big of an opinion by then. Chun Xiang was just Pa-S, sing by the hundreds of Flowers' Palace, but that Ji Yuan looked at him a few times, as if she had already noticed him. That old B-A-S-T-A-R-D is coming for you, Long Shui said. Chun Xiang, who was walking very slowly, suddenly quickened his pace and rushed to a corner. He turned into a small bug and flew into a window. Seeing Chen Xiang speed up his footsteps, Ji Yuan felt that there was a problem and ran over in a moment, but Chen Xiang had already disappeared. He actually ran away. Ji Yuan stomped his feet in anger. He never thought that the other party would be so cunning. At this time, a female disciple of the Hundreds of Flowers Palace walked to the door. Chen Xiang immediately flew over, transformed into a strand of hair that floated onto the woman's shoulder, and followed the woman into the Hundreds of Flowers Palace. Just like the other big powers, the moment they managed to sneak in, the moment they were able to attack from the inside. That was why it was very strict when entering and leaving, and the Divine Artisan Mountain Villa was an example of that. After Chen Xiang sneaked in, even the immortal meridians deep underground were destroyed. Just like the other big powers, the moment they managed to sneak in, the moment they were able to attack from the inside. That was why it was very strict when entering and leaving, and the Divine Artisan Mountain Villa was an example of that. After Chen Xiang sneaked in, even the immortal meridians deep underground were destroyed. After Chen Xiang entered, he floated into the air and became a bird. He flew inside the beautiful Hundreds of Flowers Palace, where there were many birds, so he was not afraid of exposing himself. There were male and female disciples in the outer sect. If there were male disciples with good apartment attitude, they could also receive special training and become the elites of the outer sect. In the future, they would be elders of the outer sect, but they were still not allowed to join the inner sect. Can men enter the inner sect? Chen Xiang could already see a tall wall in the distance. That's fine, but generally the men who can walk about here have very high statuses because the women in there are all very outstanding women. Su Meiyao said, "That year I almost joined the Hundreds of Flowers Palace. It was just that after some things happened. That's why I didn't go in." There isn't much change here. How nostalgic. Bai Yu sighed as he recalled his past. You'd better not enter the inner sect. If Flower Emperor finds out about your methods of entering the inner sect at will, he would definitely be unhappy. Su Meiyao said, "It's fine. I went in to tell her that there are still many loopholes in their defenses. Although there are very few people like me, there are still others. This is also to prevent people like me from appearing." Chun Xiang laughed. Because Mu Qianxiang was Flower Emperor's disciple, he did not have any enmity towards him. I wonder how that wild girl is doing here. She is the successor of the Sword Emperor, and her future is limitless. Furthermore, she is being nurtured by the Flower Emperor. Right? Does the Flower Emperor have any other disciples? Qin Xiang asked. No, I've never heard that she had a disciple before. Maybe she made an exception and accepted Mu Qianxiang as her disciple. Bai Yu said. Chen Xiang waited at the entrance of the inner sect for a period of time before he waited for the female immortal, Lu. The girls inside were all very young. It was obvious that they had eaten a lot of face-preserving pills and the like when they were young. Therefore, even after many years had passed, said they did not age at all. Just like last time, Qin Xiang turned into a strand of hair and gently fell onto the body of the female immortal king. But she did not notice it. It's her. I never thought that she would become an immortal king. Back then, she was just a little girl that was in charge of receiving the guests. Su Meiyao said in shock as she recognized the woman. Chen Xiang floated away from the woman and came to a forest garden. He turned into a bird and told Long Shui to look for Mu Qianxiang, and only by finding Mu Qianxiang would he be able to see Flower Emperor more easily. This inner court was not very big, and Long Shui's current divine power was very strong as well. She quickly found Mu Qianxiang. Not good, I've been discovered. Long Shui immediately recalled back his divine power, saying, So powerful, this Flower Emperor is growing very quickly. No wonder she got this tea. Chun Xiang turned into a bird and stood on the branch of a tree. Suddenly, he felt a strong pressure attack. She's here. She's actually able to find this place. She should have trained in the soul. Long Shui said in shock. Quickly run, or else she will definitely find out. Chen Xiang immediately turned into a leaf and mixed with the other leaves, because if he turned into a bird, it would easily be seen. A normal bird would definitely fly away when they sensed the pressure. Flower Emperor caught up to him, and in her jade hand was a long, slender sword. It looked like a holy sword. She was barefooted and stepped onto the clean GRA. And was wearing a light green cheongsam. Her hair was tied up in a ponytail. Her beautiful and cold bleed jade face was filled with caution. The female disciples who were originally in the garden had already received her voice transmission and quickly left. The forest became very quiet. The birds had long flown away, and there was a gentle breeze blowing occasionally, causing a few leaves to fall. It looked very peaceful and comfortable, but here the Flower Emperor was shrouded in a powerful aura that looked down upon the world. Chen Xiang turned into a leaf and watched the Flower Emperor walk in step by step. She was secretly worried as she watched her jade-like feet tread on the fallen leaves. "Come out, since you are able to enter my hundreds of flowers palace's inner sect. Your strength should be pretty good. It would be best if you appear before any harm is done to my hundreds of flowers palace. At most, I will punish you," Flower Emperor said to the empty forest. Chen Xiang was determined to see what ability the Flower Emperor had. Even if he was discovered by her, Chen Xiang was not afraid of being captured. It's been many years. No one has dared to trace S into my territory. You're the first one. Flower Emperor's voice became much colder as she forcefully pulled open the skirt on her body, revealing a set of black clothes. Her long pants and short sleeves outlined her devilish figure. Seeing the Flower Emperor revealing his jade-like arms, Chen Xiang was secretly shocked. It seemed like the appearance of the Flower Emperor was going to be real. "He's coming," Long Shui shouted. Chen Xiang felt a cold killing intent approaching him. The slender sword in Flower Emperor's hand had already pierced over. He anxiously changed to the sincere and benevolent form, shuttling through SPAC to avoid the sword. DAMN. Chen Xiang came to the back of Flower Emperor, looked at the beautiful back view, and took a deep breath. Just now, he was almost pierced through by this woman's sword. "It's you," Flower Emperor said, then turned his head a little surprised. Chen Xiang landed on the ground and laughed. "I only wanted to see my sister. I have no ill intentions." Flower Emperor landed on the ground like a leaf. Her jade feet lightly tapped on the ground, but she did not put away the sword in her hands. "For Chen Xiang's sake, I will spare your life, but you will have to accept my punishment. I will only use 3 moves. You can decide whether you want to live or die," the Flower Emperor said coldly as he thrusted out his sword. Before Chen Xiang could react, the tip of the sword had already touched his clothes. Stepping on the shrinking step, he quickly retreated backwards, wanting to dodge that sword strike. "I'll hammer." Delay hammer suddenly appeared in Chen Xiang's hand. He used more than 80% of his strength to fiercely smash towards Flower Emperor's thin sword. Flower Emperor's jade-like hand trembled. She did not expect the black hammer to be so powerful. It had erupted with such a terrifying force that it could shake her wrist. Chen Xiang firmly believed that his hammer could definitely shatter a gigantic mountain, but he could only let the Flower Emperor's slender sword undulate for a moment. However, he had broken through Flower Emperor's sword strike because the sword attack's aura had already been destroyed by Chen Xiang. "Humph!" Flower Emperor let out a gentle snort, her figure flashed, and she actually disappeared soundlessly without any signs of life. "To the left," Long Shui anxiously reminded. Flower Emperor did not use all her strength. She only looked very fierce. Seems like she just wanted to teach Chen Xiang a lesson and make Chen Xiang suffer a little. Flower Emperor did not use all her strength. She only looked very fierce. Seems like she just wanted to teach Chen Xiang a lesson and make Chen Xiang suffer a little. However, Chen Xiang was not someone who was willing to lower his head. He immediately shuttled through in an attempt to dodge the strike, but he did not expect that it would actually fail. The SPAC here was extremely stable, and he immediately realized that he was in the Flower Emperor's power domain with his sword thrusting over. Chen Xiang failed to travel through SPAC, and he had already missed the chance to dodge because that was only for an instant. He only felt a slight pain from his left ribs, and then his body floated up, and he was sent flying by that strong sword strike. Flower Emperor was a little shocked and startled. She never thought that her fine sword would not be able to pierce through Chen Xiang's body. In that instant just now, she could feel that Chen Xiang's body had a very strong armor she couldn't identify, but to be able to withstand the armor of her sword, it must be very strong. Chen Xiang felt a sweetness in his throat and almost vomited blood. The sword strike just now had caused the qi and filth in his body to constrict together, and if not for the fact that he had a strong physique and the profound wood diamond armor, he would have been severely injured as well as his internal organs. This woman is truly amazing. I didn't expect her strength to be so strong in the spirit realm. If he hadn't used the spatial teleportation, he might have been able to avoid it in other ways. At least, he wouldn't have received such heavy injuries. Chen Xiang had indeed sustained some injuries earlier, but the Yulong blood-s and the tiniest bit of phoenix blood within his body allowed him to quickly recover the injuries within his body. Seeing that Chen Xiang had such a powerful armor, Flower Emperor was even more at ease with his attacks. With a swoosh, he gently swung his sword, looking extremely graceful and light. But in Chen Xiang's eyes, it was extremely terrifying, making him feel as if he was in HL. He never thought that the Flower Emperor would also be a sword expert. Just this one sword attack was already at the peak of perfection. The powerful sword force that shrouded over seemed to be able to crush him. It's over. Even Long Shui did not know how to dodge this strike. This was the Flower Emperor's power domain. No matter how she dodged, her sword would pursue you like a ghost. Chen Xiang suddenly had an idea. He anxiously took out the divine furnace, causing the divine furnace to reverse and cover him from inside. Just as the Flower Emperor was about to hit Chen Xiang, a huge cauldron suddenly appeared and covered Chen Xiang, causing her to be secretly angered. Her sword had already slashed onto the hard and solid divine cauldron, releasing a dong sound, which shook the entire forest and caused Chen Xiang to shrink the divine cauldron, running out from within. Just as Chen Xiang was feeling pleased with himself, Flower Emperor appeared beside him in a flash and placed the sword on his neck. Flower Emperor, you said that there are only 3 moves, but I have already dissolved your 3 moves. You must keep your word. Chen Xiang did not dare move. He could see that she was angry. Flower Emperor was just feeling very unhappy because she did not force Chen Xiang to use the powerful green dragon demon-slain broadsword, nor did she force Chen Xiang to use the heaven-earth killing method. These were the things that Chen Xiang was most proficient in. But Chen Xiang had actually used a broken iron hammer and a cauldron to fight against her, which made her extremely unconvinced. How did you get in? After all these years, there have been a lot of people who wanted to sneak in, but none of them succeeded. You have to tell me honestly, otherwise you won't be able to get out. Flower Emperor's face was cold as he asked. Chen Xiang secretly felt that this Flower Emperor was a little stingy. He thought that the Flower Emperor was still worrying about the immortal sword. If not for his sudden appearance, the immortal sword might have been hers and wouldn't have been SNATC, head away by Duan Ming. Didn't you see? Then how did you know I was hiding there? Chen Xiang asked curiously. He thought that the Flower Emperor would be able to see that he had become a leaf. I can feel that the plants here are all planted by me, and I have a subtle connection with you. Although I don't see you, I feel that you are there. She had originally wanted to cut Chen Xiang's skin and scare him, but who knew that Chen Xiang's skin was so thick and tough that she couldn't cut it even after she sawed it a few times. Speak, Flower Emperor asked. Chen Xiang was in the wrong as he had Tracepa set into their territory without permission. It was considered good enough that the Flower Emperor did not kill him. It was normal for him to want to find loopholes. You have to keep it a secret. You can't let anyone else know. Otherwise, it won't work if I use this trick again. Chen Xiang stared at Flower Emperor's beautiful face at close proximity without restraint. His greedy eyes made Flower Emperor feel extremely uncomfortable, because there were very few people who dared to look straight at her. Flower Emperor had long since heard that Chen Xiang had exterminated divine artisan Mountain Villa alone. She knew that the array protection of divine artisan Mountain Villa was stronger than hers by no means. All right, I won't tell anyone. Flower Emperor really wanted to know how Chen Xiang sneaked in without making a sound and was even secretly probing for her. If it wasn't for her cultivating her soul and having a powerful divine sense, she might not even have discovered the power that was probing for her. If she was not in the hundreds of Flowers Palace and someone else had snuck in like that, she would feel fear just thinking about it. Chun Xiang moved her slender sword away a little and laughed. If you remove your power domain, I can demonstrate it to you. When Flower Emperor saw that Chen Xiang was looking at her with his thief eyes, she glared at Chen Xiang fiercely. However, her beautiful eyes still shot out two fierce glints, causing Chen Xiang's body to tremble and restrain himself a lot. She kept the slender sword well, and then retracted the power domain that she had released. Then she looked at Chen Xiang and indicated that Chen Xiang could begin. You want to run? The Flower Emperor saw that Chen Xiang had not started, and a thin sword appeared in his hand. You are Trace Ba. Sing my territory. If not for Chen Xiang, you would have died long ago if you did not let me know how you came in. I will not be polite. Chen Xiang clenched her teeth and suddenly turned into a bird, hovering above Flower Emperor's head. Flower Emperor was stunned, causing Chen Xiang to land on her shoulder, but she did not chase him away. Soon after, Chen Xiang turned into a strand of hair that stuck to Flower Emperor's back. Finally, Chen Xiang turned back and stood in front of her. You should know by now, but this trick is useless against you, so you can definitely discover me, but the others will be hard to say. So I came in just like that, and although not many people know this method, it's best for you to think of a way to guard against the attacks that will fall on me in the future. Chen Xiang suddenly became serious and said, Don't speak nonsense, I know this ability. Flower Emperor coldly snorted. I didn't expect you to cultivate the way of the DS with the technique of change in Imperial Dragon Race. Chen Xiang laughed. Same here, you should be cultivating the way of the DS too, but you are still a newbie. Do you want to learn the art of transformation? I don't want to. Flower Emperor answered very decisively. Even if you want to, I won't teach you. Chen Xiang laughed mischievously. Flower Emperor did not deny that she had only just entered the divine way, and that it was because she had cultivated the divine way that her strength had risen greatly. Flower Emperor did not deny that she had only just entered the divine way, and that it was because she had cultivated the divine way that her strength had risen greatly. If you want to meet Chen Xiang, then come and find her in broad daylight. No need to be so sneaky. This was what the Flower Emperor was more dissatisfied about. She didn't want her territory to allow people in and out, and not only that, it was a man. Actually, I don't want to use this method either. It's mainly because I've been targeted by an old guy, and that old guy is right at the entrance of your hundreds of Flowers Palace. Even if I change my appearance, he would recognize me, which is why I snuck in like this. Chen Xiang had originally planned to sneak in and find Mu Qianxiang first, so that the Flower Emperor would think that it was Mu Qianxiang who let him in. He never thought that the Flower Emperor would be so powerful to actually find out that Long Shui was using his soul to look at her. Flower Emperor immediately knew who the old fellow Chen Xiang was talking about was. How did he get related to him? He is actually a very cunning old fox. But if you had offended him, he wouldn't watch you so closely. Flower Emperor brought Chen Xiang and walked into the small forest, talking as they walked. You know him. Chen Xiang was a little curious. He said that I don't know if that's his real name. It's his real name. He came to the distant Arceus region in the starry sky and he's also very cunning. He can be considered a big liar. It's his real name. He came to the distant Arceus region in the starry sky, and he's very cunning. He can be considered a big liar, and many people have been deceived by him. The Flower Emperor replied, he knows your ident. One Tai. If he knew, it would be normal for him to have his eyes on you. Chun Xiang scolded him. This old turtle, I was almost tricked by him. Looks like the thing I got from him was fake. Flower Emperor stopped and asked anxiously, what is it? Could it be that seed? Qin Xiang took out the golden rice and said unhappily, it's this SHI plus TY thing. He said that as long as you grow it, you can go to a mystical world, and there are many precious spiritual medicines there. He also said that he came to find you, and you believed him, so I thought it was true. Flower Emperor's chest rose and fell as he took in a deep breath. How did you get him from his hands? Chun Xiang was startled for a moment, then said, this old fellow told me about this kind of thing. He was worried that I would leak it out, so he planned to kill me and silence me. Chun Xiang explained the entire process in detail. When Flower Emperor heard it, he could not help but chuckle. I never thought that this old liar would fall into your hands. The Flower Emperor had a smile on her face, making her look extremely enchanting. But Chun Xiang did not dare look at her, as he was worried that her smile would disappear. Chun Xiang said somewhat excitedly, sure, but it will take a while. The Flower Emperor also agreed that if she wanted to quickly become the emperor, she needed to obtain enough holy level medicine to level her up. Here, don't lose it. Chun Xiang Pa said such an expensive thing over. Such a gift meant that he did not have any ill feelings towards the Flower Emperor. And this was also because of Mu Qianxiang, which was something that the Flower Emperor understood. At this moment, the two were no longer as angry as they were before, and there were some things that could be discussed. The two of them started walking towards where Mu Qianxiang was. Flower Emperor, tell me honestly, do you really have a live slain method? Qin Xiang asked, I won't talk nonsense. The Flower Emperor hesitated for a moment, then sighed. That's right, but you really talked too much in the profound G.O.D. convention last time. Even though there are already some people who are suspicious, no one will say it in front of me. Too many people are staring at my heaven-earth killing method, so I can only divert their attention. Since you are so powerful, what are you afraid of? Qin Xiang giggled. You want me to S the alive slain method to you? Flower Emperor asked. No, I want to know how you obtain the alive slain method. I know that it's not easy to spread. The heaven-earth killing method that Chun Xiang had previously learned could only be learned through those stone tablets. The Flower Emperor nodded his head. That's right, because I haven't learnt much in myself and have learned so many profound things in the alive slain method. It is very difficult for me to S on them to you. And this is also the reason why the heaven-earth killing method is so hard to S on. I thought you already have a live slain method. I heard that you have many high-level spirit medicines, and normally only a live slain method can produce them. The Flower Emperor said, not necessarily. The Taiji dragon-suppressed Kung Fu also has these methods, but the speed is very slow, especially for those high-level herbs. Chun Xiang said, actually his creation divine liquid was already very fast, but he thought it was too slow. The Dragon Cohesion Kung Fu inside the four-phase Magic Kung Fu has this kind of effect as well. It's very slow. I used to use the Dragon Cohesion Kung Fu in the past. The method in your Taiji Dragon Suppressed Kung Fu shouldn't be that much faster than it. She was very interested in this kind of thing. Although she did not refine pills, she liked to grow medicinal herbs, so she had a good relations. H.I. plus P with some of the higher-leveled alchemistess. There was no need for alchemists to help her refine pills. I can tell you where the alive slain method is located. The location where the alive slain method is recorded is similar to the beast slain method. Both are located on a cliff. It's just that that place is very dangerous. Whether or not you can obtain it depends on your luck. Flower Emperor took out a map and handed it over to Qin Xiang. Qin Xiang did not think that Flower Emperor would agree so readily and immediately thanked him. You have to promise me a condition. You should know the meaning of the live slay method, and you are also an alchemist. What condition? Flower Emperor looked straight into Qin Xiang's eyes, looking extremely serious. Tell me the conditions first. Qin Xiang didn't dare to agree rashly. What if it was a trap? This condition is not necessary. If you really can obtain the alive slain method, you must remember to help me get a divine sword. There's no time limit. I believe you have a way. Flower Emperor replied with a smile. No problem. Just as he had guessed before, the Flower Emperor was still brooding over the matters regarding the divine sword. Flower Emperor, you should have a name. Can you tell me? We are now partners. Qin Xiang asked with a mischievous smile. There was still someone who directly asked for the Flower Emperor's name. In the past, people only called her Palace Mistress Hua, or the 100 Flowers Fairy, and then the Flower Emperor, so very few people knew her name. Furthermore, she seemed to have deliberately concealed her name. Don't tell anyone. Flower Emperor lowered his voice and replied softly, LV Chilian. Qin Xiang was immediately shocked. This reminded him of the demon empress LV Qinlian, who was still in Ditian. The two names were so similar, it was impossible for them to be unrelated. What is your relations.h.i plus p with LV Qinlian? Qin Xiang asked anxiously. What is your relations? H.I plus p with LV Qinlian? Qin Xiang asked anxiously. She is my junior. You are not allowed to speak of this matter to anyone else. My junior believes in you so much, so you must keep it a secret. LV Qilian said, I know that you have a pretty good relations. H.I plus P with this junior sister when she was in Ditian. So you're also a lotus goblin. You are the spirit, I am a human, but I was adopted by the Grandma LV. Since you know that my junior sister who used poison is surnamed Lu, you should also know about the matters of the Grandma LV. LV Qilian rolled his eyes at Qin Xiang in an extremely flirtatious manner. I've heard of it. Qin Xiang should have already known that there was definitely someone very powerful behind the Flower Emperor. How powerful was he? It was said that he was only a little bit away from becoming the Demon Emperor, but he had gone missing. But her descendants had once defeated a hall master of the devil-suppressing divine palace. So you also use poison. Qin Xiang was a little curious. LV Qilian did not reply, because that mysterious Grandma LV was also known as the Poison Monarch. Since she was related to that Grandma LV, it was impossible for her to not use poison. Does Xiao Xiang know about this? Qin Xiang never thought that Mu Qianxiang's master was actually such a dangerous guy. Although it looked beautiful on the surface, he was actually a poison expert. Only you know. LV Qilian smiled at him, causing Qin Xiang to feel a bit scared. You won't kill me in the future, right? Qin Xiang purposely had a face full of fear, but his eyes were filled with laughter. No, you are a leader of the dragon subduing school. LV Qilian said with a deeper meaning. Qin Xiang suddenly understood that the little demon empress LV Qinlian who went to Tian earlier should have taken root there, and the hundreds of Flowers Palace who stood behind LV Qinlian would definitely be this hundreds of Flowers Palace. In the future, when Tian took shape, he who possessed the dragon bloodline would definitely be the best ally, and this woman would also take Mu Qianxiang as her disciple. Qin Xiang suddenly had a feeling that he was being schemed against, and he also felt that this Flower Emperor in front of him was waiting for him to step into the spiderweb that she had weaved. The older the better. Qin Xiang muttered, Of course, you're still too young. LV Qilian said with a smile that was not a smile. She could also tell that Qin Xiang had guessed something. It's fine to work with me, but don't be delusional and step on me. Although I'm not as strong as you right now, it's hard to say in the future. Qin Xiang was giving LV Qilian a warning not to think about capturing his dragon subduing school. The same goes for you. LV Chilian laughed softly. It was a little cold. Chen Xiang did not say anything. He wished that he could subdue these two martial sisters at his crotch. To think that he had schemed against her for such a long time. To think that he had been scheming against her and treated LV Chilian so well, and even gave her some strange poison. Don't say anything later. Chen Xiang doesn't need to know so many things. LV Chilian said in a low voice. Previously, Mu Chenxiang and LV Chilian were training in the courtyard, but LV Chilian suddenly left for a long time, causing Mu Chenxiang to become impatient, wanting to go out and see what was happening. Just as she wanted to go out, LV Chilian brought Chen Xiang to enter the courtyard. When Mu Chenxiang saw Chen Xiang, he was extremely surprised and immediately flew over. D.A.M. An old bro. Where have you been for the past 100 years? Mu Chenxiang pounded on Chen Xiang's chest. Mu Chenxiang looked even more wild than before. With just her disguise, she could easily engage in any kind of intense battle. Coming out of the Forbidden Grounds, after seeing the many different colored worlds, her charm had increased by a bit, but her face was still like a playful wild girl in Chen Xiang's eyes. I'm here, aren't I? Chen Xiang laughed and pinched her beautiful face. We had originally planned to save Lu Menger at the wedding, but who knew that you would appear so quickly? That's why we didn't show ourselves. Back then, it was Lu Menger who had recommended her to see the Flower Emperor, and she also knew the relations. H.I.+P between Lu Menger and herself. Of course she had to help, since the relations. H.I.+P between the two of them was not bad, and she had a way to bring Lu Menger away. Brother, you are really rude. You made the Heaven Sword City look like that. You are so awesome. I like it. Mu Qianxiang patted Chen Xiang's shoulder. If you want to do this next time, bring me along. Chen Xiang laughed and looked at LV Chilian. In order for LV Chilian to save Lu Menger, he felt very grateful in his heart. I was also in danger back then. I almost got killed by that Fire Emperor. Chen Xiang laughed. I almost did not. Didn't you escape with elder sister Menga? Mu Qianxiang looked at LV Chilian and laughed. If my master was like this in the future, would you help me save master like this? In the eyes of outsiders, Chen Xiang risking his life to save Lu Menger was all because of Xue Xianxian. Of course, even if Chen Xiang did not have that relations, H.I.+P with him, he would still do it for him. Of course. Chen Xiang laughed and pinched her face. But this kind of thing will never happen. No one in this world can control the Flower Emperor's marriage, right? Of course, there aren't many men who can marry her. Mu Qianxiang seemed to be telling her bad brother not to have any ideas about her master. Although Chen Xiang only had a single wife, she knew very well how much malicious water Chen Xiang had left in his stomach. Especially after all these years, she had found out that Chen Xiang had a lot of rumors, all about him and the women by her side. You are now an immortal king and have the inheritance of the Fire Emperor. You might be able to become a female sword emperor in the future and become even more powerful than me. Chen Xiang laughed. That holy sword is still useful, right? I have a few more swords here, but they are all holy swords left behind by the evil emperor. Chen Xiang took out the swords that he had stolen from Xie Kong and Xie Kong. One was black and the other was blood red. It's better not to give this to her. If her heart isn't strong enough, she would be easily affected by evil emperor's evil sword intent. The Devil's Slayer, holy sword in her hand, is already good enough. When LV Chilian saw the two evil holy sword, he could not help but frown. Mistress, there is someone outside seeking an audience. Ji Yuan has invited a big shot. He said that he has urgent matters to meet you. I have already invited that big shot to the guest hall. A voice suddenly rang out from outside. A seed had been taken away by Chen Xiang, and Ji Yuan was worried that Chen Xiang had already seen him, and was afraid that he would beat him to it. Helpless, he could only invite an important figure from the ancient Starry Sky region to find out if Chen Xiang had met with him yet. Got it, I'm going out now. LV Chilean replied and then sent a sound transmission to Qin Xiang. Leave this place quickly. That person should be from the Arceus region of the starry sky. Xiao Xiang, bring your brother, and use that transmission array to leave. Someone come find him, LV Chilean said. Qin Xiang really wanted to stay and see what kind of big shot Ji Yuan had invited. However, when he saw LV Chilean's expression, he knew that he had to leave hundreds of Flowers Palace. Qin Xiang really wanted to stay and see what kind of big shot Ji Yuan had invited. However, when he saw LV Chilean's expression, he knew that he had to leave hundreds of Flowers Palace. She and Qin Xiang were secretly working together, but she didn't want the other forces to know about it in order to not attract any unnecessary trouble to her. Mu Qianxiang pulled Qin Xiang along and quickly walked to an underground stone room. Brother, you have to be careful. You've been missing for 100 years. I'm very worried about you. Mu Qianxiang hugged Qin Xiang and kissed him on the cheek. Qin Xiang laughed and caressed her face. Those guys can't do anything to me. You better take care of yourself. When Qin Xiang stepped into the transmission array, Mu Qianxiang was still a little reluctant. She bit her lips and watched Qin Xiang disappear into the transmission array. Arriving at a place with no one around, Qin Xiang opened the map that LV Chilean had given him. Although it was a dangerous place, he had been to the most dangerous, forbidden, sacred beasts' ancient realm before. Furthermore, he was now an immortal king, so he dared to go to that place. This map seems a bit C-R-A-P-P-Y. I don't even know where it is. Qin Xiang looked at the map. Although the description was extremely detailed, it was only a small area. It was 9 days big. He could not tell where the area described on the map was, and there were no hints at all. Seriously, do you want me to go back? Qin Xiang felt very troubled. The map he took to the sacred beast's ancient realm previously gave him a headache. Sister Meiyao, where are you? Qin Xiang asked. It looks familiar, but it's impossible. Su Meiyao wasn't too sure. This map is very new. It should have been drawn not long ago. Could it be that Flower Emperor already allowed you to go and find her? That's why I gave this map to you? Baiyu said, they do look familiar. The places drawn on them are very similar to the 100 Flowers mountain range in this main palace. The alive slain method is right here. Qin Xiang was in disbelief. Let's go check it out first. That place is dangerous. It's not dangerous, but that was the place where the hundreds of Flowers Palace grew the herbs. I don't know why it became abandoned in the end. Su Meiyao was also very suspicious. After that, that place wasn't dangerous either. Flower Emperor did warn you before. That place is very dangerous. Qin Xiang returned to the busy city and bought a book. There were many maps drawn on it, all of them being the main palaces of the 100 Flowers Immortal Palace. He compared it with the map and confirmed that it really was the 100 Flowers mountain range. So close. After Qin Xiang confirmed the news, he immediately headed towards the 100 Flowers mountain range. Because the 100 Flowers mountain range was within this immortal palace, it was very safe and there wouldn't be any demonic beasts there. In an immortal palace, there would be no danger. This was because the people who entered this immortal palace were there for the sake of safety. Qin Xiang followed the map and displayed shrinking step in the air. Stepping in the air, he rushed into the high alt. 1. Toot of the mountain and rushed towards the red dot on the map. There isn't a cliff here either. Could it be that the woman was the one who teased me? She's too bored. Qin Xiang had already arrived at the top of the mountain. Looking down from high alt. 1. Toots, he only saw a few abandoned buildings, and the mark point was at the top of a mountain. When Qin Xiang came here, he also discovered a strange phenomenon. It was that the immortal energy here was extremely spa. Logically speaking, the immortal energy in a palace should be relatively dense. Even the immortal energy in the wasteland would be much denser than here, let alone the fact that there were many sky-high trees here. Qin Xiang landed on top of that mountain peak. There was a small hut and a small courtyard that was casually surrounded. There was actually someone living here. Chun Xiang immediately understood that LV Qinlian had asked him to come here to find someone. Chun Xiang wanted to knock on the door, but the door opened. A good-looking old lady in a black robe, holding on to a white jade staff, slowly walked out. This old granny had a head of white hair neatly combed and wore an old hair ornament. Her skin was like jade and well-maintained. There were only a few wrinkles at the corners of her eyes, making her look a little old. However, she looked very energetic. The white jade staff in her hand was extremely beautiful. At the top of the long staff was a lifelike rabbit. The white jade staff was surrounded by white mist, and it seemed to possess a life of its own. "Is there something you need from me?" the old granny asked softly. Her voice was very soft and did not carry any dignity. Although she did not smile, she gave people a kind feeling. "Flower Emperor gave me a map, and then I arrived here." Chun Xiang took out the map. He was very curious about the ident. One, tie of this old granny, and she seemed to be a very strong person. However, he and Long Shui were not able to feel the energy fluctuations from her body, as though she was immortal. "Chun Xiang Pa S," said the map over. When the old granny reached out to receive it, her withered hand suddenly trembled. In that instant, Chun Xiang also felt something drilling into his body, but it quickly disappeared from the inside of his body. Chun Xiang suddenly retracted his hands and retreated a few steps, his face full of vigilance. "What did you do to me?" Chun Xiang frowned and asked. There was a trace of anger in his tone. His body had an extremely strong defense, but that indescribable energy could easily enter his body. "You are actually the descendant of the devil-suppressing, heavenly venerable." I didn't think that after the devil-suppressing, heavenly venerable, there would be someone who can cultivate the demon-suppressing body. I just used some poison to confirm that you are completely fine right now. It's all because of the devil-suppressing golden body. Chun Xiang frowned. "You are the legendary Grandma LV. Grandma LV was slightly surprised as she said, "You know quite a lot. Chilean asked you to come find me because she wants me to tell you where the alive slain method is hidden. Normally, only people that she trusts will do so. What relations? HI plus P do you have with her? Are you her man?" "But that's not right. Your strength is far inferior to hers. She shouldn't be looking for a man weaker than her for a husband. Can't you just ask her directly?" Chun Xiang was getting impatient. He was facing a genuine old wicked woman. He just wanted to leave this place quickly. "No, I can't leave here, and she can't come in here and talk to me." Grandma LV laughed out loud. "I lost the bet with her, so I have to do as she says." "Young lad, don't be afraid. You have the devil-suppressing golden body." Chun Xiang was originally not very afraid of her, but when she said that, he actually started to be afraid. "Grandma LV, you know where the live slain method is. Hurry up and tell me. I'm anxiously looking for it." Chun Xiang forced a smile. "Hee, if you don't tell me what your relations HI plus P is with that girl, then I won't tell you." The Grandma LV smiled mischievously as he sat on a stone bench. "My sister is her disciple," Chun Xiang said. "My sister is her disciple." Chun Xiang said, "Oh, she won't accept any disciples. She said that not many people are qualified to be her disciple. So why would she take a fancy to your sister?" Grandma LV was shocked. She did not know what was happening outside. "Because my sister has obtained the Sword Emperor's inheritance." Chun Xiang said again, for the outside world, this matter was no longer a secret. "I never would have thought that even the Sword Emperor's legacy would appear. If that's really the case, then your sister is indeed qualified to become her disciple." The Grandma LV nodded, then patted on a stone stool beside him, gesturing for Chun Xiang to come over and sit. Chun Xiang carefully walked over and sat down. Seeing his frightened look, the Grandma LV laughed. "I say, what are you afraid of? You have the devil-suppressing golden body, so you won't die. Even though there's poison everywhere, like on this stone bench, there's a layer of 5 incense bone dissolving flower. Also, the dirt under your feet was watered by the purple blood centipede all year round. That's why it grew such beautiful purple flowers. The Grandma LV caressed the purple-colored flower. Qin Xiang shuddered and asked if I didn't have devil-suppressing golden body. Then I would have died a long time ago. Grandma LV smiled and nodded. She has already turned into blood and became nourishment for my little garden. That big girl should have let you come here because she knows that you have cultivated the devil-suppressing golden body. Otherwise, she would have harmed you. Did she know that you have the devil-suppressing golden body? LV Chilean, of course, knew that his having a devil-suppressing golden body was no longer a secret. Got it. Qin Xiang took in a deep breath and smelled a fragrance. It was a snow-white flower in the distance, and that flower was actually shaking slightly, as if it was trying to recruit him. Even if your sister is her disciple, she shouldn't have let you come find me. There's another reason. It was as if the Grandma LV had never talked to anyone for thousands of years, as he kept on asking. So long-winded. Qin Xiang thought, there is a big secret between her and I. Initially, I had an agreement with her not to tell others. But since she told me to come find you, I believe that with your personality, she will definitely dig out everything about me and her. Qin Xiang was also somewhat resentful towards LV Chilean because she didn't tell him beforehand to come here and find the Grandma LV, even though his impenetrable made him uncomfortable here. I got a seed. Qin Xiang told the Grandma LV about the mysterious seed. So that's how it is. I've long since heard of the legend of this sort of child. I never imagined that he really was in the Arceus region. Grandma LV was very interested in this matter. Grandma LV, why are you here? The 100 Flowers Emperor was raised by you, and she won a bet to trap you here. Isn't that a little too heartless? Qin Xiang was purely curious. If she didn't let me stay here, I would have killed your devil-suppressing divine palace long ago. I have my enmity with her. Grandma LV looked at Qin Xiang with a smile that was not a smile. That girl is so arrogant and her heart is cold. I never thought that she would actually agree to let me tell you the location of the alive slain method. You are still devil-suppressing divine palace. Qin Xiang was worried that the Grandma LV would have killing intent and anxiously said, I am not from devil-suppressing divine palace. I also have enmity with the devil-suppressing divine palace. If you old man can destroy the devil-suppressing divine palace, I will give you a big gift. Oh, how interesting. A kid who cultivated to become a devil-suppressing golden body actually has a grudge with him. Grandma LV said as his eyes lit up, maybe I was fated with the devil-suppressing heavenly venerable, and in the end, I obtained the holy devil-suppressing seal. But those old guys in the devil-suppressing divine palace didn't recognize me and even tried to steal my holy devil-suppressing seal. To be honest, I don't want to become the devil-suppressing divine palace at all. I only kept the holy devil-suppressing seal for self-defense. That thing is really powerful. Qin Xiang heaved a long sigh. Those old turtles in devil-suppressing divine palace. They look for trouble with me every day. I have also killed a few of their immortal kings before, and a few of them had also done the same thing. Devil-suppressing, heavenly venerables, devil-suppressing divine palace was destroyed by them like this. Boy, I think highly of you. I can't touch devil-suppressing divine palace right now, but you can. The Grandma LV suddenly laughed sinisterly. This girl Chilean, knowing that I'm bored here, she specially sent you here to relieve my boredom. Qin Xiang was unhappy again because he had been tricked by LV Chilean. He realized that it was indeed the case because only someone who had cultivated into the devil-suppressing golden body could come to this place. Once in a while, the devil-suppressing divine palace will hold a compet. 1. Tie-in to test the Lord of Demons suppressing hall. Anyone who cultivates in the devil-suppressing method can partake. 1. P. 8 in it, so of course you can too. As long as you complete those tests, you can become the Lord of the devil-suppressing divine palace. The Grandma LV said, "Don't you have many palace masters? Only the head palace masters should have them." Qin Xiang said, "Yes, so if you want to become the head palace master, you still need to challenge 2 divine palace protectors S, and you need to win streak. After that, even if you can't win against the head palace master, you have a certain position in the devil-suppressing divine palace." The Grandma LV said, "What's the use of that? I don't care about that position." Qin Xiang said he was a leader of the dragon subduing school. "Little idiot, of course I know that that position is useless, but if you can reach that step, the holy devil-suppressing seal in your hands will be useful. The devil-suppressing heavenly venerable has left something inside the devil-suppressing divine palace, and it needs a holy devil-suppressing seal to open it." The Grandma LV slapped his head, but Qin Xiang didn't know what poison was added to it, causing him to feel cold. "All right, then I'll go get the alive slain method first." Qin Xiang said, "You should first get the items from the devil-suppressing heavenly venerable. This way, it would be much easier for you to get the alive slain method." Grandma LV said, "To tell you the truth, other than Qilian, don't even think about easily obtaining the alive slain method." "Why?" Qin Xiang was puzzled. "Isn't she trying to trick me?" "Didn't she tell you that getting the alive slain method is very dangerous?" Grandma LV said, "Although this girl has a lot of eyes, she is not bad, especially for our own people." Seeing Qin Xiang's face full of suspicion, she said in a low voice, "Qilian is devil-suppressing heavenly venerable's granddaughter, and the alive slain method was hidden by devil-suppressing heavenly venerable, so she can get it, but if others were to go, they would definitely die." It's true, Flower Emperor is actually the daughter of devil-suppressing heavenly venerable." Qin Xiang was in disbelief. Actually I am her mother, and she is my daughter with devil-suppressing heavenly venerable." Grandma LV's words shocked Qin Xiang even more. "I don't believe you. You are devil-suppressing heavenly venerable's wife. Why do you still have to destroy devil-suppressing divine palace?" Qin Xiang remembered that this Grandma LV had quite a huge enmity with her. Because devil-suppressing divine palace is no longer the original devil-suppressing divine palace, and this old geezer, devil-suppressing heavenly venerable, has gone somewhere. In order to prevent devil-suppressing divine palace from making mistakes again and again, I can only eliminate him. But that is the blood and sweat of the devil-suppressing heavenly venerable, and there might be some clues left behind by the devil-suppressing heavenly venerable inside. So Qilian did not permit me to make a move. The Grandma LV said, "Because devil-suppressing divine palace is no longer the original devil-suppressing divine palace, and this old geezer, devil-suppressing heavenly venerable, has gone somewhere. In order to prevent devil-suppressing divine palace from making mistakes again and again, I can only eliminate him. But that is the blood and sweat of the devil-suppressing heavenly venerable, and there might be some clues left behind by the devil-suppressing heavenly venerable inside. So Qilian did not permit me to make a move." The Grandma LV said, "In other words, the reason Emperor Hua asked me to come here is to ask me to help him find his father." Only now did Qin Xiang know LV Qilian's final goal. "I guess so, but you can still get a live slain method S, right?" The Grandma LV laughed. Qin Xiang decided that he must not play any more games with LV Qilian. Maybe he would even help her count the money after she sold him. Now that he was tricked, he finally understood why LV Qilian agreed so readily. She had already calculated that the Grandma LV would tell him about the holy devil-suppressing seal, and that it would also tell him that the devil-suppressing heavenly venerable was her father's matter. Then what about LV Qilian? Qin Xiang asked. "Oh, you also know this little lotus. I heard that she went to Ditian. I haven't seen her for a long time." Grandma LV replied, "She can be considered my adopted daughter. I have always treated her like my own daughter. I hope that she will be safe in Ditian." "Don't worry, she's having good time there." Qin Xiang suddenly felt that this Grandma LV was a little pitiful. "I'm from Ditian." That's good. I never would have thought that you even knew the names of these sisters. You shouldn't be simple. Otherwise, I wouldn't have let them treat you like this. The Grandma LV smiled meaningfully. Bai Yu suddenly said, Qinxiang, help me ask if my sister has been here to find her. Grandma LV, have you seen a woman with a ponytail, blue eyes, and a poisonous hook? Qinxiang asked. She uses poison too. You're talking about the violet scorpion princess. When I was not here, I heard that she was a good seedling. She has never been here before. The Grandma LV shook his head. If she wants to come, are you going to welcome her? She's in a very bad situation right now, and she's being hunted everywhere because she uses magical corruption gas to kill people, and she's also the one who killed people from the devil-suppressing divine palace. Qinxiang said. Bai Yu had said that he would look for the Grandma LV in the past. Oh, the Grandma LV was very surprised. She can actually get hold of the magical corruption gas and control it to kill people. This must be properly nurtured. If you can find her, then let her come here. Qinxiang smiled and nodded. Definitely, I will get her to come here as soon as possible. The Grandma LV sighed. The current situation in devil-suppressing divine palace is not good. My husband established the devil-suppressing divine palace to inherit the technique to rid the demons and also to deal with the demons and devils in that place. That place is at the Night Devil H-E-L-L? Qinxiang immediately guessed the H-E-L, L that had always made him uneasy, as there were many strong demons inside. Not just there. All right, quickly go to devil-suppressing divine palace and take a look. Don't miss it. Otherwise, you'll have to wait a long time. The Grandma LV urged. All right, then I'll take my leave. Qinxiang leapt into the air, then stepped on the shrinking step as he flew through the air. The shrinking step, huh? This little brat obtained the inheritance of the 10 Heavens Supreme Lord and has stayed here for too long. I don't even know if such a fellow appeared in the 9 heavens. Grandma LV muttered as he looked in the direction Qinxiang disappeared in. Qinxiang came to the demon-suppressing palace. When he came here, he did not even need to ask around to know about the palace mistress assessment. This is to absorb all the talents that cultivate the devil-suppressing method, because a lot of the devil-suppressing divine palace's techniques were spread out. It started after 5 days. No wonder LV Chilian was in a hurry to chase me away. She was just afraid that I would miss out what the H-L. When she saw me in the Hundreds of Flowers Palace, she started to plan. First, she wanted to test my strength. Then she quickly gave me the map and let me find the Grandma LV. Then the Grandma LV told me some things, telling me to come here to become Hall Master. And finally, she helped her find her father. Qinxiang gnashed his teeth. I really want to take this woman in as a female slave and fiercely press her onto the bed. Ha ha, he actually tricked me. I am the devil-suppressing, heavenly venerable, and I am the Grandma LV of the 9 heavens. Furthermore, I have just received the Sword Emperor's legacy as her disciple. It is possible that I will become the Sword Emperor in the future. Long Shui laughed. Xiao Xiang is my sister, so of course she would help me. Chen Xiang walked on the street and prepared to register. She will help brother scoundrel kill his own master. Long Shui giggled. Don't even think about it. Even if you become the great emperor in the future, she's still very strong, all right? Aren't you Heavenly Dragon Supreme Lord? Don't tell me you won't help me. Qin Xiang snorted. You can be considered my man. Little scoundrel, you better think about it. Don't do it. Su Meiyao laughed. Flower Emperor is not easy to mess with, and she's also not bad. Even though she was scheming against you, she was helping you, and these are all things that are good for you. Bai Yu said. Chen Xiang snorted. If she had told me directly, I definitely wouldn't have rejected her. But she insisted on playing tricks and showing me her little tricks, which made me very unhappy. I would confide in her, even put the seed in her, gave her such trust, and even gave her sister the strange poison. But she played with me, not putting me in her eyes at all. Su Meiyao and Bai Yu both had a bad premonition, because they rarely saw Qinxiang like this, but when they thought about it again, they felt that Flower Emperor was being a little too excessive. Qinxiang was indeed very sincere, but Flower Emperor's clever actions made Qinxiang feel disgusted, since Qinxiang did not like being led around the nose in the first place. On behalf of Xiaoxiang, I will not retaliate for now, but if she does that a few more times, I will play with her until the end. No matter what, I am still a leader of the Dragon Subduing School, so I don't know how to scheme. Qinxiang said very seriously. It was just that he was not on guard against the Flower Emperor, which was why he was like this. The Flower Emperor was very confident. She thought that Qinxiang would not complain. She thought that Qinxiang would definitely listen to her, and maybe even praise her for her intelligence. However, she did not know what kind of person Qinxiang was. I want to sign up to Partic. 1P8 in the Palace Master AS Assessment and Selection. Qinxiang came to the registration counter and shouted loudly, "Your name." Seeing that Qinxiang was energetic, the old man secretly nodded. "My name is Hundreds of Flowers, Heavenly Emperor," said angrily. The others did not know why he was so angry. Others might have only heard of the 100 Flowers Emperor, but that was the future T. Tli of the Flower Emperor, and this Hundreds of Flowers Heavenly Emperor sounded even more powerful than the 100 Flowers Emperor. This. Is it a name? The old man was stunned for a moment before he asked. I don't have a name, only a name. I don't have a name, only a name, Qinxiang said arrogantly. After staying with Long Shui for so long, their ability to brag was definitely not weak. Qinxiang looked around, and seeing that everyone's gaze was different, he said, "You don't have a rule that requires you to use a name, right?" Qinxiang looked around, and seeing that everyone's gaze was different, he said, "You don't have a rule that requires you to use a name, right?" "No, using a name is fine, but if you are able to become a hall master, then you must have a name, submit your name, and pay the registration fee. With 1,000,000 spiritual crystal, you can then go over and receive the AS assessment of the Immortal King's strength." The old man said. Qinxiang secretly despised this devil-suppressing divine palace. Why did he not test his strength first before paying the registration fee? If he did not pass the test, then the registration fee of 1,000,000 spiritual crystal would have gone down the drain. What's that test about? Qinxiang looked at the place that the old man had pointed to just now. There was a contest ring there, and on top of it stood an ice-cold young man. If you want to become the hall master of our devil-suppressing divine palace, you must have the strength of an immortal king. Of course, not any random immortal king would be able to accomplish that. The old man said, there were many palace masters in devil-suppressing divine palace, because all of the 9 heavens had their own branch palaces which required a strong immortal king to oversee them. Qinxiang handed over 1,000,000 spiritual crystal, obtained a jade tablet, and then walked towards the dueling platform. Only the immortal king would take the test, and the number of immortal kings was very few. Even though there weren't many people in this hall, there weren't many who wanted to register. They were all here to enjoy the show. Qinxiang walked to the contest ring. The person in front of him was a youth with an ice-cold face, his arms crossed over his chest as if he was extremely powerful. He only stood there and looked at Qinxiang indifferently. Hundreds of Flowers, Heavenly Emperor, don't you think this Tli is stupid? The young man looked at Qinxiang's jade tablet and mocked. From the looks of it, although you are an immortal king, it will not be easy for you to pass my test. Prepare your heart for heavy injuries. Qinxiang saw that the other party was so arrogant he did not want to be outdone and said, no matter how stupid your Tli is, that's my problem. It's none of your business. You just have to do your own thing. With your current state, not to mention seriously injuring me, it's already not bad that you can even take a strand of my hair off. An old man below the stage couldn't help but take a deep breath. This guy is crazy. Doesn't he know that the person he is facing is the strongest out of the 4 little immortal kings in devil-suppressing divine palace? So he's actually the strongest one among the 4 little fairy kings. It's said that he's the one ranked first amongst the 4 strongest young immortal kings in devil-suppressing divine palace, called Zhaozhen. I heard that he's reached the 9th level of devil-subduing method. This guy is Zhaozhen. The last time he went to Motian, he made the demons there fear him for a few days. When Qin Xiang heard everyone talking about Zhaozhen, he finally understood that this guy in charge of testing strength had some true abilities. When Zhaozhen heard others talking about him, he raised his head even higher. That kind of flattery made him extremely proud, and the gaze with which he looked at Qin Xiang was even more disdainful. When sparring, use the techniques related to the devil-suppressing divine palace. You cannot use weapons. An old man shouted, "Let's begin!" Zhaozhen felt that this fellow was an arrogant guy who didn't know his limits. He wanted to give him a good beating as well, but he actually said such arrogant words. "I'll knock you down with one move." When Zhaozhen saw that the compet 1. Tian stage's great array had been opened, the devil-suppressing holy power on his body flourished and surged out in a visible manner, looking like a golden flame that jumped all over his body. Although the devil-suppressing divine palace had declined, his foundation was still there. As the strongest cultivator in the young generation of the devil-suppressing divine palace, Qin Xiang would only find it strange if he was not able to cultivate the devil-suppressing holy power. Crack! A series of 5 thunderous booms came out. It was actually the power of the 5th level of devil-subduing method. Using the explosive power of the 5th floor of the devil-subduing method, Zhaozhen allowed his body to instantly appear in front of Qin Xiang as he swung out a fist. For many people, using devil-suppressing holy power and devil-subduing method, level 5, from the very beginning, was a very terrifying attack. If the opponent was a demon king or demon king, they would definitely have to lie down. Just when everyone thought that Qin Xiang was a little pitiful, another burst of thunderclaps rang out. It was urgent and fast, unexpectedly 9 times in a row. Qin Xiang was also using devil-subduing method, but he was still level 9, and it looked like he had used it very skillfully. Ha! Qin Xiang laughed out wildly and threw a fist at him. He was taller, and his arm was also a little longer than Zhaozhen's. Zhaozhen's fist had only stopped right in front of Qin Xiang's nose, because Qin Xiang's fist with lightning speed had already smashed into his eyes. Boom! First, Qin Xiang was at the 9th level of the devil-subduing method. Then he unleashed his energy to attack Zhaozhen's left eye, which also created an extremely strong suction force to prevent Zhaozhen from flying out. Clap, clap! Qin Xiang waved both of his palms, and instantly dozens of palms flew out, hitting Zhaozhen hard and fast. The last palm was especially strong and directly sent Zhaozhen flying. Zhaozhen laid on the stage, moaning softly. His heart was filled with rage. He covered one eye and slowly stood up. Qin Xiang did not use that unscrupulous Holy Spirit qi. He only used his physical body. If not, Zhaozhen would have turned into ashes. Are you sure you can't do it? If you can't, then go up and fight me with a stronger opponent. With your little strength, I'm really worried that I'll beat you to death if you're not careful. I can't even let go of your hands and feet. Qin Xiang crossed his hands on his waist and arrogantly shouted. Everyone was still immersed in the scene just now. When they thought back to it, they were secretly shocked. Qin Xiang was just like an adult grabbing a naughty kid and beating them fiercely. He had the power to beat the opponent to death, but was worried that he would be held accountable. So he did not use his strongest power. I'll kill you. The furious Zhaozhen almost roared as he rushed over. Humph! Qin Xiang stomped his foot, and a gold light flashed beneath his feet. A golden light slashed across the ground like lightning and turned into a golden circular array beneath Zhaozhen's feet, preventing him from moving. Seeing those runes, everyone immediately knew that it was devil-suppressing divine palaces, devil-suppressing qi array. Xiang had only stomped his feet on the ground and released a demon sealing array, so he was very familiar with it. Of course, Zhao Zhen knew the power of the demon sealing qi formation. It was something that would be rather difficult to release in the devil-suppressing qi array and would require a lot of devil-suppressing holy power. Once released, it would be able to trap the Demon King for a period of time. Xiang took 2 steps forward to the front of Zhao Zhen, and after a few more thunderous booms, Xiang unleashed Devil Subduing Method Level 9, throwing a punch towards Zhao Zhen's other eye. With a boom, Zhao Zhen's other eye was violently punched by Xiang. At this moment, he only felt his vision blur. His eyes were already swollen from being hit by Xiang and looked extremely comical. "Stop!" An old man anxiously shouted. If this continued, Xiang would definitely destroy that Zhao Zhen, and Xiang's use of the devil-suppressing method was truly shocking. His familiarity level was already higher than many of the devil-suppressing divine palace's old immortal kings. Zhao Zhen was helped off by an old man who had jumped onto the stage. Before, he had arrogantly said that he would defeat the other party in one move, but in the end he was carried away with swollen red eyes, which made people feel that it was a bit funny. However, everyone was more surprised at the strength of this hundreds of flowers heavenly emperor. Zhao Zhen was helped off by an old man who had jumped onto the stage. Before, he had arrogantly said that he would defeat the other party in one move, but in the end he was carried away with swollen red eyes, which made people feel that it was a bit funny. However, everyone was more surprised at the strength of this hundreds of flowers heavenly emperor. What's the next test? Don't send this guy to fight with me again. You're wasting my time. I thought he was very powerful, but it's just a matter of 2 punches. Xiang rolled up his sleeves as he asked. From the looks of it, he was planning to fight to his heart's content. Brother, the real assessment will be in a few days. I wonder what relations H-I plus P you have with the hundreds of flowers immortal country? An elder asked. His attitude towards Xiang had improved a lot. For such a person to be able to join the devil-suppressing divine palace was a good thing for them. I also wanted to ask you, did the hundreds of flowers immortal country eat the wrong pill to actually shout out such a name? A group of ladies, what nonsense are you doing? Why did you waste such a nice name? I don't have any relations. H-I plus P with those women, and I still wanted to smash the hundreds of flowers immortal country to pieces, to actually have the same name as me. Xiang purposely shouted angrily, causing everyone to secretly sweat for him. This was going against the Flower Emperor, who didn't know how powerful the Flower Emperor was. The woman inside the Hundreds of Flowers Palace was not an ordinary girl. Xiang walked off the stage with big strides and left shamelessly. He walked with such an arrogant manner that others would want to beat him up. In this demon-suppressing palace, the 4 little immortal kings were extremely famous because they had a lot of potential. With their handsome appearance, they were also very strong. But the most powerful Zhao Zhen was actually defeated by an arrogant guy who called himself Hundreds of Flowers Heavenly Emperor. Furthermore, he suffered a terrible defeat and did not even have the chance to retaliate. Xiang's current appearance was that of an ordinary youth, but his current appearance had already been memorized by others. Furthermore, he was currently in the most luxurious hotel in the demon-suppressing palace, hugging 2 beauties, letting them feed and drink. He had always kept a low profile. He was so high profile this time. Just to annoy LV Chilean, he never thought that being COCKY would have such a huge benefit coming to this hotel, reporting his name, and he could just eat and drink for free. Now he understood why those young masters were so arrogant. Of course, one had to have the ability to be arrogant, or else he would end up like Zhao Zhen, getting beaten up like a dog. This matter would quickly spread, and the palace master selection was something that would normally garner some attention. But now that there was such a person, and even had a relations, H-I plus P with the Hundreds of Flowers immortal country, a good person would immediately spread this matter to the Hundreds of Flowers immortal country, and add fuel to the fire with Xiang's arrogant words. making it so that it reached the ears of the hundreds of Flowers Palace's girls. At this time, the powerful female immortal kings in the hundreds of Flowers Palace all hated this Hundreds of Flowers heavenly emperor to their bones. Many female immortal kings had already consulted the Flower Emperor to suppress this arrogant person. Inside the great hall of the Hundreds of Flowers Palace. Mistress, this fellow is too arrogant. He has obviously provoked our Hundreds of Flowers Palace, and no one has dared to do so for so many years. Let us make our move. We can only teach him a lesson. Let him know the power of our Hundreds of Flowers Palace, and let him change his name at the same time. A female immortal king said, "This man indeed deserves a lesson, but his own strength is not weak. Seems like he is a rare opponent among the immortal kings. If we, the immortal kings, were to take him down, it would truly be a joke, not to mention that he is currently in devil-suppressing Divine Palace, and is Partik. 1. P. Aiding in the Palace Master selection. If we attack him, isn't that just giving the devil-suppressing Divine Palace an opportunity?" L.V. Chilean said. She had also suspected that it was Qin Xiang, but she couldn't understand why Qin Xiang would do such a thing. Asgard Master, what should we do? Don't tell me that we won't be able to take this lying down. Another female immortal king asked with a face full of anger. She looked as though she wanted to swallow Qin Xiang whole. Anyone can Partik. 1. P. 8 in the devil-suppressing Divine Palace's Palace Master selection. I normally S down the devil-suppressing method to you guys and send one of your strongest people out to Partik. 1. P8. At that time there will be a compet. 1. Tie-in for the devil-suppressing method. L.V. Chilean swept his eyes across the girls. But this person is very strong. If all of you do not have absolute strength, then others will laugh at you. Mistress, let me go. A relatively small girl walked out. She had shoulder-length hair and a delicate and pretty face. She did not look like a lady who was dancing with sabers or playing with swords. Little Lizzie, it's rare for you to take the initiative. If you go, wouldn't it be bullying? A tall female immortal king chuckled. Just in case, that guy should have retained quite a bit of his strength. If we send the other sisters, it would be a bit risky. Little Lizzie said, "This guy is really infuriating, even if Palace Master does not agree. I will definitely secretly teach him a lesson." L.V. Chilean smiled slightly. "All right, let's go now. I will personally go and see how powerful this guy is. Mistress, where's little Xiang? If she makes a move, she should be fine too, right?" Little Lizzie asked. "She is in closed-door cultivation. The devil-suppressing Divine Palace's assessment does not allow her to use weapons. If she does not use a sword, her strength will be greatly reduced. You should go. Devil-suppressing method is what you learn best." L.V. Chilean was the daughter of the devil-suppressing Heavenly Venerable, so her devil-suppressing method was the purest. Furthermore, she had the experience of learning the devil-suppressing method from many of the devil-suppressing Heavenly Venerable's core disciples. Her learning skills were not worse than the devil-suppressing Divine Palaces, but they were all hidden and rarely used. Chun Xiang was eating and drinking in a hotel when the hotel suddenly ran in Precious. He said worriedly, "Master, Flower Emperor brought a few disciples over. It seems like they are here for you." "It's great that you're here. I'll let those ladies see who's really strong." Qin Xiang's face did not show any care, which made the shopkeeper admire him a lot. 2 hours later, the shopkeeper ran over again. One of them, little Lizzie, has registered and defeated the second of the 4 little immortal kings in one move. It looks like they will fight with you in the future, and they will use fair and square methods to defeat you. Qin Xiang was drinking tea, watching a group of beautiful women dance, and asked, "Is that little Lizzie very strong? Is there any relevant information?" Leader immediately replied, "Yes. I heard that she is the leader of the 5 great flower kings under Flower Emperor, and she may have already broken through the realm of Immortal King, entering the Immortal Becoming realm. Usually, she doesn't make any moves, and the moment she makes her move, there will definitely be someone who will be in trouble. The last time she did so was 2,000 years ago. Just as the shopkeeper finished speaking, Su Meiyao spoke in a serious tone. This little Lizzie is very powerful. Back then, we already became very strong when we were in the same period of time. When I joined hands, I am afraid I was no match for her. Even now, it has been a long time since I have seen her grow up. I think you have truly angered the hundreds of Flowers Palace. Just as the shopkeeper finished speaking, Su Meiyao spoke in a serious tone. This little Lizzie is very powerful. Back then, we already became very strong when we were in the same period of time. When I joined hands, I am afraid I was no match for her. Even now, it has been a long time since I have seen her grow up. I think you have truly angered the hundreds of Flowers Palace. Ji Meixian had once fought with her before. It is said that the battle was won between extremely rare women, causing many men to feel ashamed. Bai Yu said, Chen Xiang couldn't sit still any longer. He didn't think that he would explode with the name of an old granny, and even call her little Lizzie. Such a cute name. Was unexpectedly a devil lady. Don't worry, I'll beat her until she cries. Chen Xiang was a little worried in his heart, but he had to continue being arrogant. After all, other people did not know that he was Chen Xiang, so what if he lost? Originally, devil-suppressing Divine Palace was happy because of the powerful Chen Xiang, but now that there was a female demon, they started to curse Chen Xiang secretly. Of course, they knew that hundreds of Flowers' heavenly emperor was Chen Xiang, so they cursed him even more. Just as Chen Xiang was sipping his tea, the shopkeeper ran in again. Master, hundreds of Flowers' Palace's people are here. Chen Xiang leaned on the chair, looking at the beauties dancing in the hall, and said disapprovingly, It's normal, they hate me so much. They definitely know where I am. Not long after, Chen Xiang sensed a strong killing intent accompanied by a unique fragrance approaching him. He did not even need to look to know that it was the people from the hundreds of Flowers Palace that had walked into the hall. LV Chilian brought over 10 girls in. Although they all had a veil over their face the moment they came in, the dancers on the stage immediately became sad. In terms of temperament, the hundreds of Flowers Palace women were far better than the dancers. There were many people in the hall, but when they saw Flower Emperor, their hearts inexplicably jumped. They did not dare look straight at the people of hundreds of Flowers Palace, worried that they would get beaten up. Only Chen Xiang was there alone, and he acted like nothing had happened. He drank his tea and shouted, Why did you stop? Continue jumping. I gave the spiritual crystal to him. Chen Xiang turned his head and glanced at the girls from the hundreds of Flowers Palace. That short-haired girl is little Lizzie. She hasn't changed at all. Su Meiyao said. Chen Xiang saw a beauty with short hair with a round face. She looked very pet. Tea, and her eyes couldn't even reach his chest. Little Lizzie walked over, and everyone did not even dare to breathe loudly. They knew that the people from the hundreds of Flowers Palace were definitely here for the 100-Blossom Emperor, who was crazy. Sure enough, little Lizzie arrived in front of Chen Xiang and asked in a delicate voice, You are that Bastard? Chen Xiang glanced at her a few times and said, Women who call me Bastard do usually do so on their beds, The men present immediately understood and laughed in their hearts, but they did not dare smile. Little Lizzie was known for being ruthless. It was as if they had already seen Chen Xiang's head being cut off by little Lizzie. You! Little Lizzie's face turned cold, and the faraway LV Chilian also released a threatening pressure. What are you doing? I didn't provoke you. Why are you running in front of me and asking if I'm that Bastard? I'm already being polite, not to scold you. Stop causing trouble for no reason. Chen Xiang felt killing intent coming from all directions, but he remained calm. This made many people secretly admire him. If it was anyone else, they would have peed their pants in fear. You are the one who called himself hundreds of Flowers, Heavenly Emperor. Little Lizzie was more restrained and did not lose control of the situation. That's right. I am the hundreds of Flowers, Heavenly Emperor. Is there a problem? Chun Xiang leaned on the chair, his leg swinging, looking extremely arrogant. It's good that you're right. Just you wait. Little Lizzie gritted her teeth and turned to leave. She could already tell that the person in front of her was a hooligan and definitely would not speak reason with her. The people of Hundreds of Flowers Palace also stayed in this hotel. This made Chun Xiang a little uncomfortable, but he did not want to move out either, if not others would say that he was afraid of Hundreds of Flowers' immortal country. Just now, Flower Emperor used her divine power to look at you a few times, but she didn't see through it. Furthermore, I even camouflaged your dantian a bit, so she must have suspected that you were Chun Xiang. Long Shui said, Not necessarily. This woman is very shrewd. She knows that I have gone to find Grandma LV and may come back during this period. Chun Xiang said, It doesn't matter if she knows. I won't admit it even if I die. It won't be that easy for her to kill me either. That little Lizzie looks quite handsome. Chun Xiang returned to his room, rubbed his chin, and laughed. It's not bad, it's quite tasty. Long Shui laughed. They are here for you. Little Lizzie is much stronger than before. You should think about how to defeat her. Bai Yu said, Flower Emperor is devil-suppressing Heavenly Venerable's daughter, so she will definitely have more devil-suppressing method than devil-suppressing Divine Palace. When the time comes for us to exchange pointers, she will need to use the devil-suppressing method. So for little Lizzie to have such a battle skill in the demonic realm, he must have an extremely strong control over the devil-suppressing method. If worst comes to worst, I'll just reveal my ident. 1. Tai. Use my true sacred power plus the power of the Holy Seal. If worst comes to worst, I'll just fuse the devil-suppressing method and the devil-suppressing method together. Chun Xiang said, If it doesn't work, then there's still me. Defeat her. Long Shui laughed. Chun Xiang laughed. Just as he was about to take a good bath, he suddenly heard a voice in his mind. You are Chun Xiang, I can already see it. Stop pretending. What are you doing? The voice in Chun Xiang's mind was precisely LV Chilian's voice. Chun Xiang's heart jumped a few times. He did not reply and walked into the bathroom. Who are you? Don't think that just because your spiritual sense is strong that you can peek at other people bathing. Female hooligan. Chun Xiang used a different voice to respond. I think you recognize the wrong person. What does Chun Xiang matter? He came to me to be arrogant. I will still beat him down. Flower Emperor had been using her divine sense to monitor Chun Xiang this whole time, who knew that Chun Xiang would suddenly take off her clothes. She had indeed seen some things that she shouldn't have seen, causing her face to immediately turn red. Chun Xiang was soaking in the bath as he said unhappily, It was really lucky to have her. It seems like she is still suspicious. Long Shui laughed. Why don't you reveal your ident? 1. Tai now and then accuse her of peeking at you while you shower? Chun Xiang shouted. You female rogue, who the H.L. are you? You actually peeked at me bathing in the middle of the day? The entire restaurant heard his voice, and it immediately caused everyone to imagine. Shut up. LV Chilian immediately sent a sound transmission to him and shouted in anger. Let me shut up, wow. It's better if you kill me and silence me. The female hooligan peeked at me while I was taking a bath. Furthermore, my spiritual sense is very powerful, so I don't know who it might be. Chun Xiang continued to shout. The faces of the Hundreds of Flowers Palace's girls were filled with surprise. Of course they knew who was stealing glances at that B-A-S-T-A-R-D. I'll cut his tongue off. Little Lizzie said, Forget it, I'll go rest first. LV Chilian closed his eyes, sucked in a small breath of air, and then walked into the room. Chun Xiang was soaking in the bath, whistling as he scrubbed his body. It seemed that he was in a very good mood. Chun Xiang was soaking in the bath, whistling as he scrubbed his body. It seemed that he was in a very good mood. Chun Xiang, I know it's you. What the H.E.L. are you doing? Suddenly, a sound came from outside the bathroom. It was LV Chilian who was outside, giving Chun Xiang a big fright. How did she get in? Chun Xiang immediately asked Long Shui. She came across S.P.A.C. They live above you. She's so strong now, it's too easy for her. Long Shui said. Chun Xiang told himself to be calm. Are you done yet, or are you Trace Ba? Sing in my territory? If you don't leave now, I'll be calling for help. Chun Xiang shouted impatiently. There might be some misunderstanding between us. We should talk about it. LV Chilian had already determined that he was Chun Xiang, so he said this in an amiable tone. I'm not the Chun Xiang you mentioned, but if you want to talk about it, that's fine. But I don't think there's anything we need to talk about. Chun Xiang suddenly chuckled. I'm having a really comfortable bath now. I don't want to go out. How about you come in? Maybe we can have a nice chat this way. You have met the Grandma LV Chilian asked. What? I don't quite understand what you're saying. Chun Xiang said in an extremely impatient manner. I already said. Don't take me for someone else. LV Chilian secretly gritted her teeth as she wished she could rush in and beat him up badly. She did not treat him as anyone else, but in her eyes, this hundreds of flowers heavenly emperor was Chun Xiang. If that's the case, then we really have nothing to talk about. Looks like you don't want to obtain the alive slain method. After LV Chilian finished speaking, he sighed lightly and then disappeared. Chun Xiang secretly sneered in his heart when he heard this. This LV Chilian had indeed seized on his weakness to make use of him, and he truly wanted to obtain the alive slain method. But he would not be led away by the nose by this woman just because he wanted to obtain the alive slain method. From now on, I will no longer be controlled by a woman like you. I will obtain the alive slain method, but I will definitely not lower my head to you. Chun Xiang's face became gloomy and cold. Her control is so strong. She hopes that everything is under her control, but she did not expect you to be so disobedient and even resist her. If not for Mu Qianxiang, I'm afraid you would have suffered a lot. Su Meiyao said, if it wasn't for that wild lass, Xiaoxiang, this woman would have suffered even more. Just you wait, I know her weakness now as well. Chun Xiang sneered. LV Chilian wanted to find her father, but Holy Devil Suppressing Seal was the key. If he could win in the end and had the right to open up the Devil Suppressing Heavenly Venerable's treasure trove, then he could obtain the clues left behind by the Devil Suppressing Heavenly Venerable and make a deal with LV Chilian. Using this method to obtain the alive slain method made him feel more dignified. But the condition was that he had to defeat the powerful little Lizzie. When Chun Xiang walked out of the bathtub, Long Shui suddenly shouted in surprise, This is trouble. There are rumors circulating outside that the hundreds of flowers' heavenly emperor was Chun Xiang. It should be the flower emperor who released her. This woman really has some skills. Although the palace master examination had yet to begin, Chun Xiang and LV Chilian were already secretly sparring. Interesting. Seems like this woman is worried that I will use the clues from the devil-suppressing Heavenly Venerable to make a deal with her, and is hoping to stop this opportunity. Chun Xiang understood after thinking about it he was no longer being respectful to the Flower Emperor, so he would retaliate and would not show any signs of weakness. Shui spread the news that she is the daughter of devil-suppressing Heavenly Venerable. You have to add fuel to the fire. Say that she wants to find a place in devil-suppressing Divine Palace. It would be best if you say it with reason, but the matters of Grandma LV must be kept a secret. Chun Xiang laughed. Then I'll release a rumor that Flower Emperor has a miraculous seed in his hands. Isn't that seed yours? Long Shui said, You and him have an agreement not to tell anyone about this. When I made an agreement with her, I treated her like a good person. Who would have known that she would be so sinister? Chun Xiang chuckled. If you have to delay the release of the seed for a period of time and even obtain the item, 1. tie of that old man from the ancient starry sky region, you can just become that old man and spout nonsense when the time comes. Chun Xiang sat in his own room, and he could clearly feel that LV Chilian's divine sense, which were spying on him, was actually watching him at all times. Isn't this giving too much face? Flower Emperor is personally watching me. Chun Xiang laughed secretly in his heart. He guessed that LV Chilian wanted to see his reaction. LV Chilian was sure that Chun Xiang was in the room below. In order to let him know the news, she had told the shopkeeper to go inform him. But Chun Xiang didn't have any reaction, he only smiled. Not long after, LV Chilian took out a communication jade tablet, and an urgent message came over. At this time, little Lizzie also returned from the outside. She said, "Asgard mistress, I will try to find out who is spouting nonsense as soon as possible, and then I will cut off his tongue." The Flower Emperor was the daughter of the devil-suppressing, heavenly venerable. The people from the hundreds of Flowers Palace were all powerful when using devil-suppressing method. So this was no longer a secret, so when this news came out, it made people secretly suspicious. Although little Lizzie said that she was still a bit suspicious in her heart because some of the devil-suppressing method that they had mastered were things that not even the devil-suppressing divine palace has had. Seems like that brat really isn't Chun Xiang. LV Chilian paced back and forth in his room, pondering over something. She was now certain that Chun Xiang had already gone to see the Grandma LV. Otherwise, he would not have known about this. LV Chilian kept staring at Chun Xiang. She was sure that Chun Xiang did not have any divine energy undulations, nor did he do anything. But the news had spread. But she was still suspicious that the hundreds of flowers Heavenly Emperor might be related to Chun Xiang, and Chun Xiang might just be behind the scenes. All right, the entire city is talking about this matter now. Everyone has the heart of a gossip, especially those related to the Flower Emperor, haha. Long Shui laughed. With her bragging abilities, she would be able to describe her as square, let alone something that was true. What's next? Are you sure you want to spread the news about the seed? Long Shui asked. Chun Xiang sat on a rocking chair and said, "Amen, I'm going somewhere else to spread this news." Just when Chun Xiang was thinking with his eyes closed, both he and Long Shui were suddenly shocked. Because other than LV Chilian, who was using his divine sense to stare at him, there was another person who was also very powerful. It should be an antique from the devil-suppressing divine palace. Seems like the devil-suppressing divine palace suspects me. It could be said that the hatred between him and devil-suppressing divine palace was as deep as the ocean. If the devil-suppressing divine palace thought that he was Chun Xiang, not only would he not be allowed to partake. 1 P8 in the palace master assessment, he would even make a move against him. You think of a way to go to Xie Tian's Xie family by yourself. Infiltrate into the Xie family and use the heavenly dragon seal to exterminate them. Then you can sneak into the fire divine palace in this heaven realm, and you can also find a heavenly dragon seal. Chun Xiang said, "Can you do it?" "No problem. I can totally use my telekinesis right now and mix with you for the sake of eating more." Long Shui laughed. "Then you must be careful." This was the first time Chun Xiang asked Long Shui to do something like this, and he was a little worried. Right now, many people were already suspicious of him. Even if he did not admit it, it would affect his following plans, so he had to get rid of the suspicion and gain the devil-suppressing divine palace's trust. Right now, many people were already suspicious of him. Even if he did not admit it, it would affect his following plans, so he had to get rid of the suspicion and gain the devil-suppressing divine palace's trust. So he had no choice but to let Long Shui take action. At night, it was still very lively outside, but Chun Xiang was only inside the house, sitting cross-legged on the bed, quietly resting, while 2 powerful spiritual senses enveloped his room, monitoring any movements in the house. The rankers in the devil-suppressing divine palace noticed that LV Chilian was monitoring him. He felt that it was very normal, because that person had appeared using the name Hundreds of Flowers Heavenly Emperor, and even arrogantly looked down on the Hundreds of Flowers Immortal Country. This person had real ability, but it was very mysterious. Of course, LV Chilian had also discovered the rankers in devil-suppressing divine palace. This was exactly what she had expected. Her original goal was to expose the item. 1. Tai of the hundreds of flowers heavenly emperor, but right now her heart was shaken. Maybe she had admitted her wrongs. However, LV Chilean would rather kill wrong than let him off. Not to mention that this person even used the T, I tli of hundreds of flowers heavenly emperor, so she definitely would not let this person successfully partake. 1. P. 8 in the A assessment. Deep into the night, LV Chinlian and the expert from the devil-suppressing divine palace suddenly received an urgent message. Chun Xiang appeared in Xietian and went to the Xia family by himself. Tens of thousands of dragons appeared in the air above the Xia family's evil palace, and with the roar of 10,000 dragons, just the sound alone was enough to destroy a large portion of the evil palace, and in the end, several tens of thousands of dragons rained down, covering the entire evil palace and flattened it. The 10,000 dragons slaughter the heavens inside the heavenly dragon seal. That Qin Xiang, brat, is really too frightening. This is the ultimate technique of the Sky Dragon Empire. LV Chilean took a deep breath and stopped paying attention to the hundreds of flowers heavenly emperor below, because Chen Xiang had just destroyed the Xie clan and the one below was definitely not. When the experts of the devil-suppressing divine palace received the message, they immediately rushed back to the devil-suppressing divine palace, because back then, when they were there, the devil-suppressing divine palace also captured Chen Xiang. The Heaven Sword City had long been destroyed, and now it was the Xie family. Little naughty dragon moved so quickly. When Chen Xiang felt that LV Chilean and the expert from devil-suppressing divine palace had retreated, he was secretly shocked. Little Lizzie also received the news and frowned. Since that fellow below is not Qin Xiang, then I will go down and finish him off. No, we can't kill him recklessly. Although he hates us, we just need to teach him a lesson. Against this kind of person, only if we use the most legitimate method to slap his face will he remember his last name. LV Chilean's heart was currently in a mess, because she discovered that Chen Xiang had already completely escaped her control and did not follow along with her plan. She had always been very confident in her own plans, and over the years, she had already used many facts to prove it. Chen Xiang, not following the path she predicted, made her feel a little uneasy. Only if everything was in her control would she feel at ease. Not to mention that Chen Xiang was such an important person who was related to her father. Is Myriad Dragon Ma S, sacring the heavens, really that strong? Asked curiously. She was very confident that she could kill Qin Xiang previously, but now Qin Xiang was not as weak as she had imagined. It's very strong. There are many types of seals inside the heavenly dragon seal, but there aren't many of them. This 10,000 dragons Ma S, sacred the heavens, is one of them because only sky dragons can use it, and normally only dragons that have undergone the sky dragon calamity can use it. When a dragon enters the immortal becoming realm, it needs to undergo 9 sky dragon tribulations, a total of 9 times, which is equivalent to a human's 9 nirvana tribulations. That is to say, the power within Chen Xiang's body has at least already reached the immortal becoming realm. Fortunately, that idiot Sky Emperor is not his match. Otherwise, you probably wouldn't even be his match. This made LV Chilean heave a sigh of relief. Little Lizzie was a little unconvinced in his heart. No matter what, she had lived for many years, and in the past, she was still a famous strong lady. When the sky was almost bright, another shocking piece of news came. One of the more important branch halls in the Fire Divine Palace had been destroyed, and it was Chen Xiang who had done it again. When the Xie clan was destroyed, the center of the Demon Imperial Palace was in an uproar. It was so lively outside, and Qin Xiang did not rest as he walked out. When everyone saw him, it was as if they had seen a ghost. "You're back so soon." When the shopkeeper saw him, his face turned green, thinking that he was here to destroy devil-suppressing divine palace. The others immediately moved out of the way, worried that he would start a fight. Qin Xiang said snappily, "I have never left this place before, okay? Now do you know, I am not Qinxiang at all, that is just a rumor. You guys are so gullible that you even believe rumors without a basis. Qinxiang shook his head and smiled before ordering some dishes. Everyone thought for a bit, then scolded the one who spread the rumors. Little Lizzie, who was upstairs, stomped her feet in anger, because she was the one who came out to release the news. Right now, the most nervous person was the devil-suppressing Divine Palace. All of the defensive arrays had already been activated. The Xie clan and the Fire Divine Palace were under Qinxiang's revenge, and the Heaven Sword City had already been taken care of. So it was definitely the devil-suppressing Divine Palace's turn. Qinxiang sat on the first floor of the hotel and chatted with the rest. He felt that he should also give the devil-suppressing Divine Palace a break, since this would remove any suspicions towards the people here. Long Shuai was very smart, although Qinxiang did not say anything. She still went to find the devil-suppressing Divine Palace and cause trouble, blowing up a few branch halls instead of coming to the Demon Imperial Palace's headquarters. In the Palace Master's assessment, all of the devil-suppressing Divine Palace's power was concentrated in the demon-suppressing palace, so it was normal for Qinxiang to not come here to cause trouble. Qinxiang did not expect Long Shuai to be so powerful in battle, and that he could settle such a simple matter so easily. He decided that once the Palace Master's matters were resolved, he would go and collect the Tianlong Dan's medicinal ingredients and give them to her in the future. Long Shuai made one last trip to the Myriad Dan Immortal Country and spread the seed matter there. She then set fire to the Flower Emperor's body. Little naughty dragon, well done. After I settle all the issues here, I will go and collect the Tianlong Dan's ingredients and refine them for you. Qinxiang laughed. You have to keep your word, don't lie to me. When Long Shuai heard that there was something delicious, he immediately became excited. Qinxiang laughed. Definitely, Flower Emperor has already lost a match. Moreover, she lost in a strange way. She does not know that she has lost. In the future, she will definitely know who told her to betray my sincerity. See how I will punish her. She had recognized the wrong person, but in reality, she had not recognized the wrong person, and that was Qinxiang. Furthermore, right now, Qinxiang had secretly slashed her with his knife in reverse. Even she herself did not realize it. She had recognized the wrong person, but in reality, she had not recognized the wrong person, and that was Qinxiang. Furthermore, right now, Qinxiang had secretly slashed her with his knife in reverse. Even she herself did not realize it. All of you stay here. Don't act rashly. You must teach that guy a lesson in broad daylight. I have something to do. LV Chilian returned to the Hundreds of Flowers Immortal Country and headed towards the 100 Flowers mountain range. Although Grandma LV knew that LV Chilian had come, she did not come out. Although her own daughter did this for her own good and did not let her go around randomly, she was still a little angry. She hid inside the house, not wanting to see. Mother, LV Chilian shouted lightly from outside the door. Of course, she knew that the Grandma LV had purposely not seen her. It had been like this for many years. At this time, you should be at the demon-suppressing Immortal Palace. You might soon be able to find your father. The Grandma LV sighed. She already knew everything that LV Chilian had arranged. That brat did not partic. 1p. 8 in the Palace Mistress assessment. He did not do as I expected. Instead, he attacked his enemies, and one of them was the devil-suppressing Divine Palace. This was the first time LV Chilian felt this defeated, so she could only come to Grandma LV to pour her heart out. The Grandma LV opened the door and walked out. LV Chilian walked over and sat on a stone stool. Sigh. Grandma LV slowly walked down inside. Have you thought about why he didn't follow your plan? She already knew the reason why. The last time Qinxiang was here, she could already see that Qinxiang was dissatisfied with what he had done. LV Chilian thought for a while with a frown, then shook his head. I don't know, I don't understand. If you had already told him about me, he would have gone to the devil-suppressing Divine Palace. He's in a hurry to obtain the alive slain method. The grandma LV caressed LV Chilean's head affectionately and sighed. He was not someone who was willing to be controlled. You made a mistake from the start. What was my mistake? LV Chilean still did not understand, because in her eyes, everyone was the same. Even her mother had lost to her, let alone a man like Qin Xiang. All wrong. Your surname is just like that. You are too arrogant, and you look down on him a lot, even if he is useful to you, even if he is a very powerful person. I don't think anything's different about him. Greedy LUS, fool dissatisfied, and he likes to play around with small tricks, even bribing people's hearts, liking to make enemies everywhere, fighting everywhere. Right now, he's making enemies everywhere. He probably needs the alive slain method very badly. LV Chilean said. Grandma LV shook his head and sighed. From the very beginning, you had been full of prejudice against him. Have you ever thought about his strengths? In my opinion, he's not bad. He's not that bad. Perhaps you should be more sincere towards him and not always think of a plan to control him. He is not someone you can control. LV Chilean snorted. I've already told her my name and told him to come find you. Now he already knows my greatest secret, and he's even blabbering about my father being the devil-suppressing, heavenly venerable. Isn't it fine if you just tell him about these things? He wholeheartedly wants to cooperate with you, but you want to manipulate him as if he's playing chess. Do you think he can't see that he's brainless? He has so many enemies, and he died a long time ago. Grandma LV shook his head, but he had to listen to me in the end. Only I can help him obtain the alive slain method. LV Chilean said, Look at you. Can't you hold him in a higher light? You've never fallen down before, but that doesn't mean you won't fall down in the future. Now that this kid is out of your control, he might have to retaliate. Grandma LV laughed. I hope he can beat you. That's impossible. He has a request from me. Sooner or later, he will lower his head to me. LV Chilean said, Then you won't need his help anymore. He has the holy devil-suppressing seal in his hands. He has the ability to play with you, and he is no longer your chess piece, but your opponent. What you need to do now is not to control him, but to deal with him on the board or to reconcile with him. After Grandma LV finished speaking, he stood up and walked into the house without saying a word. LV Chilean was angry in her heart. She had never thought that Qin Xiang had the power to change from a chess piece to her opponent. In her proud heart, she had never treated Qin Xiang as her opponent, although he had great potential. She was now the 100-Blossom Emperor, and her power was growing stronger and stronger. She had returned to the hotel in the demon-suppressing palace, and the moment she returned, she heard the news of the seed. She was angered to the point that she was Nas. Plussing her teeth, but she was unable to find Qin Xiang. Give me this matter and then ask me to take back the seed. In the end, others will only pay attention to me. What a good method. LV Chilean really wanted to throw away the seed in her hands, but she was a person with principles, and she was also a bit worried that she would fall out with Qin Xiang. What surprised Qin Xiang the most was that not long after the news regarding the seed had spread, the people from the Starry Sky ancient region had spread the news, hoping that the Flower Emperor would exchange it in time because it was a treasure of the Starry Sky ancient region. In this way, what had originally been a rumor had now become a reality. Flower Emperor had a miraculous seed. If this seed was grown, it could open up a path to a place filled with holy-level medicinal herbs. The ancient Starry Sky region had long suspected that the Flower Emperor had obtained that seed, and now that the news was out, they were even more convinced. LV Chilean really wanted to tell everyone that Qin Xiang had given her the seed, but she felt that no one would believe her words, because no matter what kind of rubbish it was, they could blame it on Qin Xiang. Send a message to the palace. Tell them to quickly find Qin Xiang. I need to talk to him. LV Chilean closed her eyes and inhaled deeply, restraining the rage in her heart. It had been a long time since she was this angry. Mistress, about the seed. Little Lizzie did not know about this. It's true. Right now, the leaders of the various big powers are all paying attention. So our hundreds of flowers palace will probably be surrounded and annihilated. But don't worry, I can hold on. The most important thing right now is to find Chen Xiang. LV Qilian didn't think that he would actually be forced to admit defeat. She didn't think that Chen Xiang would actually resist her so strongly. Chen Xiang was right below her, happily eating and drinking to his heart's content. Right now, it's just the beginning. The good show is yet to come. Do you really think I'm some weakling that's easy to pinch? I previously respected you and truly wanted to cooperate with you. Yet you came to play with me and refused to accept my offer. Chen Xiang was ecstatic. The examination would officially start tomorrow, and because of the matter of the seed, many people would probably come here to stare at the Flower Emperor. There were many records about the endless heaven realm in the ancient books of the great powers. It was a place that many top rankers in the 9 heavens yearned for and spent many years searching for. There were many records about the endless heaven realm in the ancient books of the great powers. It was a place that many top rankers in the 9 heavens yearned for and spent many years searching for. Right now, Flower Emperor had a seed in his hand that could clear one of the heavenly regions. Furthermore, it was filled with all kinds of holy-level medicinal herbs. And what worried those big shots of the powerhouses the most was that if Flower Emperor could truly reach such a place, then the strong rise of the Flower Emperor would be unstoppable. They did not want to be suppressed by a woman, especially those few big powers. Chen Xiang, since you like to play, I'll play with you until the end. When LV Qilian heard that there were a few strong warriors that she was more wary of, she thought secretly in her heart. The reason the Flower Emperor was here was purely because of that hundreds of flowers heavenly emperor. He even sent that little Lizzie out was to teach that hundreds of flowers heavenly emperor a lesson in public. But who would have known that the Flower Emperor would be surrounded and surrounded? Chen Xiang was not worried about overplaying himself, because he knew that LV Qilian was well hidden, and that just with her parents, she would be able to scare off many people. Regarding the matter of her being the daughter of the devil-suppressing Heavenly Venerable, the big shots of the powers had already sent people to investigate, and if it really was so, they would have some misgivings, because the devil-suppressing Heavenly Venerable did not die, he had only gone missing, and if something were to happen to his own daughter, he would definitely come out. If LV Qilian did not have that many powerful devil-suppressing method, those big shots would not have believed her. However, she did have some devil-suppressing method that even the devil-suppressing divine palace did not have, so people felt that it was probably true. Chen Xiang knew precisely this point, so he knew that the rankers would not do anything to her. Furthermore, the Grandma LV was not gone yet, so if anything happened to LV Qilian, this wicked woman would definitely jump out immediately. Dong, dong, dong. Chen Xiang laid on his bed, thinking of some tricks. Hearing that someone was knocking on the door, he shouted, "Now is not the time to eat. Isn't it too early to bring food over?" "I'm not here to deliver food. I'm here to deliver snacks." An old voice came from outside. Chen Xiang stood up to open the door and saw a very spirited old man standing there, holding a plate in his hands. There really were some snacks on the tray. "Bring it in." Chen Xiang felt that there was something wrong with this old man, because he could not see through the old man's strength. Moreover, this old man gave him a very familiar feeling. Old madman. Chen Xiang transmitted to the old man, "Shameless little bee. ASTARD. You actually call you master." Huang Jintian scolded her with a sound transmission. This was indeed Huang Jintian. Chen Xiang didn't know why he came here, and even knew that he was here. "Master, how did you know I was here?" Chen Xiang immediately asked. Huang Jintian did not directly speak with Chen Xiang either, and just stood behind him, watching him eat the snacks. He said with sound transmission, "There are some rumors outside saying that you are Chen Xiang, right? Although I do not know how you managed to get rid of the Xie clan. I believe that this hundreds of flowers heavenly emperor must be a little brat like you." Hee. Did Flower Emperor offend you? First, the name hundreds of flowers heavenly emperor insulted her, then devil-suppressing heavenly venerable, was her father, and finally, it was the seed that caused this. With one look, you can tell that someone was trying to do something to her. Huang Jintian laughed. That's right. This woman likes to play tricks, so I'll play slowly with her. Master, you better not expose me. Chunxiang said, then the matter of her being the daughter of the devil-suppressing heavenly venerable is also true. Huang Jintian asked in surprise, really? Chunxiang replied, what about the seed? Huang Jintian asked again, it's also true, but the seed is mine. If she succeeds in planting it, then we will split 50%, but I will take it back in the future. Chen Xiang quickly finished all the food. Huang Jintian sighed. You brat, this time you are too much. You have caused that woman so much trouble. I heard that the powerful night devil are already on the way, and even people from Devil Killing Summit would come. Oh, that's not scary. Her father is devil-suppressing, heavenly venerable. Chun Xiang chuckled. Furthermore, her mother is also a ruthless person. Just what relations, H.I. plus P do you have with her that even her parents know about it? This is definitely not something she told you, right? Huang Jintian was very curious as to who the mother of the Flower Emperor was. Who is her mother? He asked. I can't say, but her mother is pretty good, so you'll probably know about it in the future. Chun Xiang laughed. What? You've even seen her mother? Huang Jintian looked at Chun Xiang strangely. What are you doing here? Chun Xiang asked. I'm here for the seed. I also want to go to the heaven realm to have a look. Huang Jintian said, all those almighty beings are eyeing us covetously. I just want to see if I can take advantage of them. If you can't do it in a short period of time, it won't be good. However, when you can go, I'll call you. All right. Master, help me spread these records. Chun Xiang deftly handed Huang Jintian a piece of paper. What a kid, he's actually treating Master as his subordinate. Huang Jintian knew that Chun Xiang would probably be watched, so he was also very careful. You're just a snack giver. Hurry, this is your reward. Chun Xiang gave Huang Jintian a few spiritual crystal, urging him to leave quickly. The next day, Chun Xiang woke up early and walked on the streets. He could still feel the oppressive feeling coming from the people around him. He strode towards the devil-suppressing divine palace. Although he was angry at LV Chilean, he wanted to see what kind of things the devil-suppressing heavenly venerable had left behind and whether or not there were any clues to the whereabouts of the devil-suppressing heavenly venerable. LV Chilean acted as if nothing had happened and sat on the big carriage with a dozen or so women who were heading towards the devil-suppressing divine palace. Since she was already here, she would definitely watch the fellow who called himself hundreds of flowers heavenly emperor get the lesson he deserved. Asgard mistress, I will definitely deal with this annoying bee, ASTARD, as soon as possible and leave this place. Right now, our situation is not looking good. This was also the first time little Lizzie felt a lot of pressure, and it was not because of the hundreds of flowers heavenly emperor, but the experts here. I'm not afraid of them anymore. Although they are strong, I am not weak either, not to mention that they will not casually attack me. I think they just want to talk to me about giving them a chance to enter the heavenly realm. LV Chilean was more calm, but she didn't want to share the heavenly realm with anyone. Furthermore, she wasn't on good terms with Chun Xiang right now, so maybe Chun Xiang would take the seed back. The immortal kings who said the test were all inside the main hall of the devil-suppressing divine palace, and some experts were allowed to come in and watch. As long as one cultivates the devil-suppressing method, they can become the hall master of the devil-suppressing divine palace. In order to attract more immortal kings, the restrictions on the hall master have been relaxed, and there is no need to separate from the original power. However, they have to come and help when the devil-suppressing divine palace is in a critical situation. A few powers wanted to form alliances with the devil-suppressing divine palace, so they would send some immortal kings to partake I.P.8 in the A assessment. A few powers wanted to form alliances with the devil-suppressing divine palace, so they would send some immortal kings to Partik. 1. P. 8 in the A assessment. LV Chilian and Little Lizzie were both staring at Qinxiang, but Qinxiang was observing the others. The immortal king of the Fire Divine Palace had also come. Divine Devil Cult, are you finally going to make a big move? Long Shui said, looks like this test isn't easy, and there's also that fellow from the Fire Divine Palace. Remember, this guy cultivates the divine way. Qinxiang said, when he was in Ditian, the powerful spirit cultivator of Fire Divine Palace had fought with the divine devil cult before. In the end, when Qinxiang attacked the main headquarters of the Fire Divine Palace, he also met the spirit cultivator. There are a total of 50 people who will be Partik. 1. P. Aiding in the Palace Master Examination. As long as we complete the examination, we will be able to become Hall Masters and receive our devil-suppressing divine palace's supreme devil-suppressing method. An old Hall Master said loudly. Qinxiang had already understood that for this type of test, only those who Pa-S said could become Hall Masters, and there was no limit to the number of people. But this time, there were only 50 immortal kings that Partik. 1. P aided, which was considered very few. The A.S. assessment is definitely dangerous. Although all of you are immortal kings, it's inevitable that there will be some mistakes, and you will lose your life. The old Hall Master said again, those who dared to Partik. 1. P. 8 had their own strength, so of course they wouldn't be afraid of this. Let's talk about the content of the A.S. assessment first. Each batch is different. This was what everyone was more concerned about. LV Chilian was a little worried that there would not be a battle during the A assessment. Thus, Little Lizzie came here for nothing. The main purpose of the A.S. assessment is to see how well you all have mastered the devil-suppressing method, so we will send you to a place filled with evil spirits. The old palace lord paused before continuing. But before that, you must choose a partner because in that sort of environment, it would be safer if the two of you work together. The old palace master looked at Qinxiang and said, Hundreds of Flowers, Heavenly Emperor, you should first choose a partner. According to the rankings you have Pa-S said, only the top 25 have the right to decide. Qinxiang was overjoyed as he shouted excitedly, I want to be in the same party as Little Lizzie. Hearing his shout, everyone was stunned. The reason the Flower Emperor sent Little Lizzie was to teach him a lesson. He obviously knew this, but he actually had the gall to ask to be in a group with him. I object. Little Lizzie immediately shouted coldly, You're the 26th, so you don't have a veto. The old Hall Master chuckled. Then I'll leave. Little Lizzie glared at Qinxiang fiercely. He might as well let her die since he wanted her and Qinxiang to work together. According to the agreement, leaving requires you to give us 1 billion spiritual crystal. Either you finish the examination, or you pay us 1 billion spiritual crystal. The old Hall Master laughed even more happily. Humph! Although Hundreds of Flowers Palace could take it, they would definitely not be willing to give it to her for no reason. Little Lizzie could only bite the bullet and walk to Qinxiang's side. Soon, everyone had made their choice. Most of them chose people they were familiar with and were on good terms with. Next up, everyone needs to spar with your partner. You need to try your best to use the devil-suppressing method, and the best thing to do is to use your full strength. Only by doing this can you understand each other's strength, and only then will you have a tacit understanding when cooperating. The old palace lord chuckled and said, If the one who loses must obey the winner's command. This time, it was Qinxiang who was dumbfounded. He wanted to beat up the old palace master. How could he arrange things like this? Little Lizzie's heart was filled with joy. His cold face revealed a sweet smile, but in Qinxiang's eyes it was extremely terrifying. He knew that his battle with Little Lizzie was unavoidable, and might even expose his secret, allowing others to know that he was Qinxiang. Hundreds of Flowers, Heavenly Emperor, little Lizzie, you too begin. Everyone had already dispersed, and the formations and enchantments in the center of the hall were completely activated. A battle of their level would result in the center area being razed to the ground without any formations or enchantments blocking the aftermath. She actually chose little Lizzie as her partner. However, she now felt much better in her heart. At least she could give little Lizzie a good lesson. Chun Xiang could not let others see through him, so he had to preserve his own strength. In this way, his strength would be greatly restricted, which was extremely disadvantageous for him. Looks like I can only use Devil Suppressing Method and Holy Spirit. I can't use anything else, but once my item. 1. Tai has found out, all of my plans will be for naught. There were already many archenemies of Chun Xiang, giants of the 4 great forces, and LV Chilian, who was in such a bad mood with him. He was still at the base of the devil-suppressing divine palace. Even if I lose, I am not afraid. At most, I will listen to little Lizzie's commands, but I will lose a lot of face. Su Meiyao said, if he lost, it wouldn't be too big of a loss, and even if he lost face, he would lose the face of the Hundreds of Flowers Heavenly Emperor. If you lose, you can't use the name Hundreds of Flowers Heavenly Emperor anymore. Little Lizzie shouted angrily, why should I listen to you? Even if I lose, I will not stop me from using my Hundreds of Flowers Heavenly Emperor name. I will still use it. What can you do to me? Chun Xiang laughed without a care for his life. His arrogant appearance made everyone who saw him want to beat him up. Then I'll beat you until you don't dare to use it. In the next moment, he was right in front of Chun Xiang. With his palm holding onto the illusion, he slapped Chun Xiang's face. Chun Xiang cursed. This little Lizzie actually hated him so much. From the beginning, it was like he was slapped in his face. His reaction was extremely fast. In that moment of danger, he jumped again and again to avoid that palm. Little Lizzie's arms trembled as the devil-suppressing holy power surged outwards. Chun Xiang was startled, because that type of devil-suppressing holy power was extremely strong and violent, and if he did not cultivate Saint Force now, he would not be able to compare to her kind of powerful, devil-suppressing holy power. Don't only know how to dodge, you should be as powerful as that mouth of yours. Hurry up and counterattack. Little Lizzie sneered. Seeing Chun Xiang's terrified expression, he felt even more disdain in his heart. Devil-suppressing fist. When Chun Xiang saw little Lizzie's punch coming at him, he felt a holy figure behind him. The kind of pressure made it hard for him to breathe, and a giant golden fist came SMAs. Plussing over. So powerful. Chun Xiang had only just dodged when he suddenly felt that terrifying, devil-suppressing, holy power coming from behind him. Little Lizzie had already predicted that he would dodge, so he came behind him and quickly blasted out a devil-suppressing fist, hitting him in the back. After being fiercely punched, Chun Xiang was sent flying and crashed into the barrier while spitting out blood. Chun Xiang now completely understood that this little Lizzie was not cute at all, but was instead very berserk. He felt that there was a need to teach her a lesson in the future. Chun Xiang now completely understood that this little Lizzie was not cute at all, but was instead very berserk. He felt that there was a need to teach her a lesson in the future. Aren't you very powerful? That's all you have. Little Lizzie was a little disappointed. She did not expect the other party to be so weak. Chun Xiang licked the blood on the side of his lips, then used his hand to wipe his mouth and said, as expected of the authentic devil-suppressing method, it is indeed powerful. It's good that you know this. I'll give you one more chance. If you apologize to us obediently and promise to stop using the name of Hundreds of Flowers, Heavenly Emperor, I can let you off. Little Lizzie said with his hands on his waist. She thought that Chun Xiang was just like the reeds on the wall, with the thickest and most pointed skin without any real ability. Originally, she thought that Chun Xiang would immediately agree. Unexpectedly, Chun Xiang had actually dashed forward frantically, and from the looks of it, it seemed like he was going to fight to the death with her. Little girl, don't be arrogant. My Hundreds of Flowers, Heavenly Emperor, is invincible. Chun Xiang revolved the Holy Spirit force in his body. Although he did not lose out, but he still wanted to fight to see he would carefully hide himself and would not be exposed. Little Lizzie frowned, her heart becoming cold. She knew that there was no room for negotiation with the other party, so she could only give up and use her own strength to subdue him. Immobilize. Little Lizzie waved both his hands, a gold light flashed, and a large amount of devil-suppressing holy power surged out, only to see a few gold runes appearing at Chun Xiang's feet, forming a gold array. Chun Xiang stood on top of it and was incapable of moving. Devil-suppressing chi array. Chun Xiang looked at the devil-suppressing chi array at his feet. This devil-suppressing chi array was something he was more skilled at. He never thought that there would be a day when someone else would use it to deal with him. Kneel. Little Lizzie suddenly came to Chun Xiang's side and kicked at Chun Xiang's knee. She used a very strong force to kick him until he roared in rage. Kneel your ass. The holy energy in Chun Xiang's body was like a raging wave. Russ. Plussing into his meridians. Little Lizzie never thought that Chun Xiang's bones would be so hard. If she had kicked another immortal king, she would have been able to turn his entire leg into meat. Just as she was about to kick a second time, Chun Xiang, who was frozen in place by the devil-suppressing chi array, suddenly moved. She suddenly bent down with one leg and used her powerful hands to tightly grab onto one of little Lizzie's legs. As little Lizzie was in great shock, he only felt an extremely berserk wave of devil-suppressing holy power enter her body from her legs, causing the devil-suppressing holy power in her body to become very unstable. After Chun Xiang grabbed little Lizzie's leg, he crazily flung her to the ground. From the looks of it, she was like a snake that had been grabbed and had been beaten up mercilessly. This was the most shameless attack little Lizzie had ever faced in his life. LV Chilian and the others were all dumbstruck. They did not understand how Chun Xiang managed to struggle free from the devil-suppressing chi array. Although he could struggle free, that would still take some time, because the devil-suppressing chi array wouldn't last long, but Chun Xiang had only been frozen for a short while before he could move, causing him to be caught off guard. Enough! Little Lizzie was so angry that he could finally use devil-suppressing holy power. He kicked Chun Xiang's chest with his other foot, forcing Chun Xiang to let go of her. He now clearly knew that little Lizzie was very difficult to deal with and had a very terrifying power. No wonder her name had spread throughout the heaven realm many years ago, and she was on the same level as Ji Meixian. Even Su Meiyao and Bai Yu from back then could only join hands to suppress her. And right now, Chun Xiang had just become an immortal king. That little Lizzie had already said the immortal king, so he could clearly feel that within little Lizzie's devil-suppressing holy power, there was a trace of true holy energy, the same as his. It should be the first transition of the mortal becoming realm. She's not easy to deal with. Although your body is made of holy energy, it's too thin. Although this girl's holy energy is not as pure as yours, but her other powers are very strong. Long Shui said. Little Lizzie was in a bit of a mess. This was the first time she was being grabbed by the legs and struck fiercely towards the ground. She did not have the experience to deal with this kind of situation, but she still escaped. You've angered me. There are no conditions to discuss right now. Little Lizzie's face was cold, his entire person becoming more vicious, his body releasing a strong killing intent, causing Chun Xiang to be slightly worried. Little Lizzie's cultivation was much higher than Chun Xiang's, and she could even use her full strength without any scruples. Chun Xiang was weaker than her in the first place, so in order to not be seen through, he had to suppress a bit of his strength. Come on, I won't change that name even if I die. If you have the guts, then kill me. Chun Xiang was still very arrogant. He also wanted to see how good his resistance against blows was. Even though it would be very painful, this was a rare opportunity. Little Lizzie had only used devil-suppressing holy power and devil-suppressing method. She had also suppressed a portion of her strength previously, But now that she saw that Qin Xiang was still so stubborn and had even beaten her up, she had no choice but to use all of her strength. "Be careful! This woman has released all the suppressed energy in her body. She is much more terrifying than I imagined." Long Shui replied. Little Lizzie had attacked at that time, and his speed was much faster than Qin Xiang's, so he instantly appeared in front of Qin Xiang. Just as Qin Xiang smelt the delicate fragrance off little Lizzie's body, he took a heavy punch on his face. It was that terrifying devil-suppressing fist, coupled with the power of the second level of the devil subduing method. "It hurts." Qin Xiang shouted loudly. His fist struck out, releasing 9 thunderous sounds, which coincidentally struck the jade palm that little Lizzie struck. The fist and palm clashed together. With the power of the devil subduing method, it was not weak. It erupted with a shock wave, causing Qin Xiang to be blown away, while little Lizzie was forced back a few steps. This B-A-S-T-A-R-D. Little Lizzie never thought that her opponent would have such power. Just as she was about to attack, Qin Xiang had actually disappeared from her sight. "Be serious, woman." Just as little Lizzie was about to turn around and look to her left, Qin Xiang suddenly appeared out of nowhere and released 9 thunderous booms. He used the devil-suppressing fist and fiercely punched little Lizzie's beautiful face, knocking her head to the side. Saw that she had succeeded and shouted crazily. Her fist started to move extremely fiercely as she punched little Lizzie's head, and in an instant, dozens of punches landed on little Lizzie's head. Her shoulder-length short hair started to dance around due to the impact. The spectators frowned because Qin Xiang was too ruthless. He used such a powerful fist technique to attack little Lizzie's head. Everyone could not help but to be worried that little Lizzie's face would be destroyed. "Scram for me." After little Lizzie was punched for over 100 punches, he finally reacted and kicked at Qin Xiang's abdomen. But Qin Xiang cleverly dodged it and stayed away from her at the same time. "This woman's skin is really thick. She's actually a little red." Qin Xiang shouted in his heart. His berserk punch did not cause much damage to little Lizzie. Little Lizzie was fine. It was just that her face was a little sore from the beating. But she was very angry in her heart. Her beautiful eyes were already slightly red. Little Lizzie was fine. It was just that her face was a little sore from the beating. But she was very angry in her heart. Her beautiful eyes were already slightly red. That's for sure for a powerhouse of her level. She could use all the strength in her body as she pleased, and for the moment she was only using her head to block most of your attacks. Furthermore, you used the devil-suppressing holy power. She also used it, so she might have even absorbed some of it. Long Shui said. Seeing little Lizzie's calm and furious expression, Qin Xiang was a little afraid. If there were not that many people watching them, only he and little Lizzie were there, he could use some underhanded tactics to make the other party suffer. "I'm just an immortal king, and you have already entered the immortal becoming realm. I heard that you're already an old man that's lived for 10,000 years, and I'm only a few dozen years old," Qin Xiang suddenly said, and then looked towards the old palace master at the side, as if he was begging for help. The old hall master shook his head and smiled. "Moreover, she is your partner. The stronger she is, the better. This is not a comparison. It's just that you two understand each other's strength. Can you admit defeat?" Qin Xiang asked. "No. Admitting defeat is equivalent to giving up the examination. You need to compensate for your loss, and the outcome of winning or losing is losing your fighting prowess." Just as Qin Xiang was about to curse, he saw little Lizzie's furious and beautiful face right in front of him, and a jade fist had already arrived and landed on his face. In that moment, he felt as if his teeth were going to shatter, and his body was already floating in the air. Then little Lizzie followed suit, grabbed his feet, and began to beat him up crazily. It was just that it did not match with her small body, but it did not stop her from using this method to beat Qin Xiang up. After being tossed around for a while, Qin Xiang threw him into the air, and then another fierce punch landed on his head, instantly causing him to see stars. "Do you want to change your name?" Little Lizzie's jade fists made many of the surrounding immortal kings feel numb. If it was them, they would not be much better off than Qin Xiang. They respected him even more, but Qin Xiang was still as stubborn as before. "If you marry me, I'll change it." When Qin Xiang said this, blood was still coming out of his mouth, and everyone admired his complete cheekbones even more. "You're courting death." It was the first time that someone dared to speak to little Lizzie in such a frivolous manner. Currently, little Lizzie only treated Qin Xiang as a lunatic. Little Lizzie could not use too much strength because she was worried that she would lose to Qin Xiang, and at that time would not be able to force Qin Xiang to change his name. Qin Xiang could not remember how many punches he had received or how many kicks he had received. In short, an hour had said, and he had only been abused while he was inside the cave. He had suppressed his strength with his abilities, and now that little Lizzie had unleashed his full power, his survival could already be considered as his abilities. "You are no longer allowed to use the name of hundreds of flowers, Heavenly Emperor." Little Lizzie held onto Qin Xiang's neck, and at the moment, Qin Xiang's entire body was covered in blood, which was vomited out from his mouth. "You're not allowed to hit your hubby again." Qin Xiang laughed as if he was being tickled by the wind, and then suddenly threw out a punch which landed heavily on little Lizzie's face. It was the power of the 9th level of Devil subduing method. But this punch was much stronger than the previous ones. "You." Little Lizzie threw a punch back, but Qin Xiang suddenly disappeared, completely disappearing inside the barrier. Originally, everyone thought that the idiot hundreds of flowers Heavenly Emperor was done for and would definitely be oppressed to the end. Who knew that after counterattacking with a punch, he would suddenly disappear without a trace? "It's here!" Someone suddenly shouted. Seeing that Qin Xiang was at the edge of the enchantment, little Lizzie was just about to go over, but Qin Xiang suddenly punched in the distance, causing her to retreat a few steps. Qin Xiang wiped the blood off his mouth and laughed. It was 100 steps away, but he had struck little Lizzie with his fist. "It's S.P.A.C. That punch of his just now crossed S.P.A.C. Just how did this guy do it? He can so easily break through S.P.A.'s restrictions, not to mention he's in a stable spatial enchantment," an old man exclaimed. Even a strong ranker like Flower Emperor would need to use a lot of power to break through the S.P.A.C. restriction, but Qin Xiang didn't seem to use it. "I never thought that my S.P.A.C. laws would suddenly break through. Is it because I've fallen into a dilemma?" Qin Xiang tried again. With a thought, he punched forward, striking little Lizzie's knee that was Russ. Plussing towards him. All of the power flowed through S.P.A.C. and accurately landing on little Lizzie's knees, causing her to stumble forward, both hands supporting herself on the ground, not wanting to get down. But she suddenly felt the movement of S.P.A.C., and it was too late for her to dodge, and a burst of power struck her face, making her tumble in the air. It was not a wave of energy, but rather a fist carrying a strong power. She was sure that it was Qin Xiang's fist. "Little Lizzie, hurry up and defeat him. We can take care of him in the future." LV Chilean sent a sound transmission to her. "Stop delaying in case some other accident happens. That brat is very evil." A churning golden fog suddenly surged out of little Lizzie's body, forming into an air S.H.I. plus ELD. Even while Qin Xiang was attacking from afar, he was actually unable to break through the air S.H.I. plus ELD. "I've endured enough," little Lizzie said in a deep voice, and walked towards Qin Xiang step by step. Just as Qin Xiang was about to travel through S.P.A.C. to avoid her, he realized that the stage was filled with runes and S.P.A.C. had stabilized many times, while little Lizzie had already arrived before him. A pair of jade fists with an extremely dangerous aura was approaching him. The first punch came, but Qin Xiang only saw the jade fist suddenly turn into a word suppress, with holy power pressing down on him. Then everything turned dark, and an intense pain poured into his body. It's the demon-suppressing fist. How could she use it? It's said that the highest power she can unleash is 10 times that of her own. Is she trying to kill that brat? An old man from the devil-suppressing divine palace shouted. Seeing that Chun Xiang had not fallen, little Lizzie frowned. The other party's terrifying physical body had already shocked her deeply, because even the immortal becoming realm that was as strong as her was unable to withstand this punch. When the second punch came out, Chun Xiang spat out a mouthful of blood, which splashed onto little Lizzie's body. At this moment, Chun Xiang felt as though his entire being had sunk into darkness, and his body was on the verge of collapse. "Lie down!" Little Lizzie bellowed, and smashed the third heavy punch forward. Just as the fist rushed forward with an unstoppable force, Chun Xiang suddenly extended his palm, wrapping little Lizzie's small jade fist with it and catching it. Chun Xiang, who was about to stop his attack, had actually performed such a strange action, and actually grabbed onto little Lizzie's extremely powerful, subduing demon geode fist. Chun Xiang, who was about to stop his attack, had actually performed such a strange action, and actually grabbed onto little Lizzie's extremely powerful, subduing demon geode fist. The people watching the battle from outside the barrier, especially the big shots, all felt that it was unbelievable, because Chun Xiang did not have any other energy on him. The holy power in him had dissipated a long time ago. What was shocking was not only this, but also Chun Xiang's strange strength. Everyone could see that after little Lizzie managed to grab little Lizzie's fist, it could not be pulled away, and was firmly held by Chun Xiang. Little Lizzie gave Chun Xiang a few kicks, trying to get him to let go. But what surprised her was she felt as if she had kicked a very hard thing, causing Chun Xiang's body to suddenly become very hard. Cluck, cluck. Everyone suddenly heard the sound of bones rubbing together. Little Lizzie frowned. She felt as though her fist was going to be crushed by Chun Xiang. She kept transferring all of her power to the fist, trying to restrain her energy. If not, her fist would be crushed by Chun Xiang. Chun Xiang closed her eyes, then suddenly fell down head first, still tightly grabbing onto little Lizzie's fist. Little Lizzie was also pulled down by the energy and laid down on top of Chun Xiang's body, causing her to be extremely embarrassed and angry. When she stood up, her jade fist was still being held tightly by Chun Xiang, but she did not shrink it any further, as Chun Xiang had already fainted. "You win." The old hall master anxiously walked in, and LV Chilean appeared beside little Lizzie in a flash. She first checked on Chun Xiang's body and realized that he was not dead, because she was starting to suspect that the hundreds of flowers' heavenly emperor was Chun Xiang again. But after looking around, she dispelled her suspicions. What is going on? Why is this guy so powerful? Little Lizzie couldn't even pull out his fist with all his might. This body. It should be the stage where my body of heavenly sage has reached perfection. LV Chilean said in shock. She released her energy to investigate Chun Xiang's body and discovered that his body was of an extremely high quality. His bones were all gold. With body of heavenly sage at full mastery, many people expressed their disbelief, but they had already seen how terrifying Chun Xiang's body was. Even though he had suffered such punches and kicks, he was still fine. However, it was inconceivable that an immortal king could cultivate such a body. It took LV Chilean a bit of effort, but managed to get Chun Xiang to let go of her hand. As for little Lizzie's jade hand, it was already swollen red from being squeezed, and the energy caused her to feel a lingering fear, because she knew that an extremely terrifying power was still hidden in Chun Xiang's body. It was just that it had not been released. "Take him away." LV Chilean looked at the old hall master and asked, "When will the true examination begin?" "About 3 days. After the others have fought their partners, we can rest for another 3 days." The old palace master looked at Chun Xiang and said, "You guys won't take revenge on him, right?" "Would our hundreds of flowers immortal country do such a thing? He lives right below us. We're just sending him back." LV Chilean said coldly. Chun Xiang was carried away by the two women and brought back to the hotel by LV Chilean and the others, where he rented a room for them. After 2 days, Chun Xiang finally woke up. By now, he had completely recovered and was in an unprecedented good state. He laid on his bed and looked at the familiar roof. Why am I here? Am I not fighting with little Lizzie? Chun Xiang suddenly sat up. He looked at the injuries on his body, and all of them had already disappeared. You lost, and were carried back by them and thrown here. Long Shui said, Did they do anything to me? Chun Xiang said in fear, No, but I was not careful, and let the Flower Emperor find out that you have cultivated the large success of your body of heavenly sage. Long Shui said, It doesn't matter. Chun Xiang looked at his palms. He didn't know why, but he felt that his strength had increased by a lot, especially that of his flesh. What happened? Chun Xiang did not know about what had happened. You don't remember. Long Shui immediately told him about his Astonies. Plussing grab. Chun Xiang frowned as he thought about it. At that time, I only felt that I had fallen into a pitch-black abyss, and then I lost consciousness. When I woke up, I was right here. Could it be that mysterious soul inside the killing Ji? Oh, D Heart again. Chun Xiang took a deep breath. Previously, when he was competing in swords with other people, it was the killing D Heart's mysterious soul that controlled his body and unleashed an Astonies. Plussing sword strike. Even though he was now an immortal king, he was still unable to fully unleash that sword attack. He knew that he still hadn't completely used his full strength, so this shouldn't have anything to do with cultivation techniques. He felt that he needed a certain level of cultivation and cruel training. Combined with his comprehension, he might be able to be like the mysterious soul inside the killing D Heart, able to completely understand the power in his body and control it according to his will, making himself stronger. How did that guy manage to do that? I clearly have very powerful strength, but I am unable to unleash it. I am truly trash. Chun Xiang often thought about this problem. He would never forget that one sword strike, and he would sometimes try it as well, but he was still far from reaching that state. Little Lizzie is here, outside the door, Long Shui said, just as she reminded Chun Xiang. He heard someone knocking on his door. Chun Xiang walked over to open the door. Seeing little Lizzie's displeased face, he laughed. Good partner, thank you so much. You didn't have to worry about me after sending me back. I'm fine now. Huh. Who's worried about you? I'm only here to ask you one last time. Do you want to change your name? Although she had one, she did not feel a trace of happiness from winning. Instead, she felt that the other party had given in to her, and she would probably never forget Chun Xiang's last strike. That kind of overwhelming power made her feel that there was a terrifying demon hiding in Chun Xiang's body. Why should I change my name? I think this name sounds nice, but aren't all of you being a bit too nosy? Chun Xiang chuckled. If you become my wife, I will change. You. Little Lizzie looked at him angrily. Her jade fists were already clenched tight enough to make a GG sound, and she couldn't wait to smash Chun Xiang's teeth with one punch. Is there something wrong with you, B-A-S-T-A-R-D? Little Lizzie shouted. Yeah, can you cure it? Chun Xiang's face was full of smiles, as if he deserved a slap. Bang! Little Lizzie forcefully closed the door, stomped his feet, and left.